Yes, it is that time, the Captain's Cast once again, with your host, Captain. Ahoy! Welcome back. Just some technical difficulty. I had to race home from the theater because I just saw Twisters literally minutes ago. I finished Twisters and I have seen Deadpool. Let me tell you something. One weekend where there have been two pretty damn good films, I think that deserves a round of applause. Don't you? Ha! How are you? Just the captain's chair on the Captain's Cast live on YouTube, the green platform, and X. Just X. Nothing fancy. And here we talk about all things swords and starships related. That is things your dear captain is passionate about. Mr. Producer, where is my chat? I have, I went to this theater and it's like, it says the start time of the movie is like on the hour. And then it's basically that's like when the doors open. And the movie started half an hour later. So I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be late for my show. I miscalculated, Mr. Producer. Hey, you know something? Mahler and the boys over there on the EFAP Mueller's channel on EFAP, they have had two epic EFAP episodes covering Darth Boogie 2987 something or other. Have you heard the tale of Darth Boogie the Wide? It is a terrifying tale. It's so funny. This man I think he is an antisocial personality. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. Sociopath. There's actually a difference between a psychopath and a sociopath. Psychopath is more manipulative, whereas a sociopath is sort of, they don't have impulse control. They kind of just do shit, and they tend to be kind of volatile. I think that's pretty much what he is. All right, so good news, folks. We got good things to talk about. I am happy to report to you that both of these films are pretty damn good. I was pretty, I kind of thought, I was thinking about Deadpool, what that would be, Deadpool and Wolverine. And I was thinking about it after I walked out of the theater. I thought, there's things that I would change. There's things that could have been better. I don't know if I'd see this again. And then literally today as I'm driving to see Twisters, I had this thought. I'm like, I want to see Deadpool and Wolverine. I actually just want to, like, skip Twisters and just see Deadpool again. So that's a good sign, folks. That is a really good sign. All right, I think I have all my chats up. I got to grab the Discord chat. This is like on-the-fly stuff. So we're going to talk about Deadpool. We're going to talk about Twisters. Kurtzman Trek is just crawling out of the grave. Oh, this... I just saw the title and the thumbnail. It's a Dave Cullen video. He found out that Kurtzman is launching... What is the name of this thing? Section 31. Of course. God, these wackos, they love Section 31. They love Section 31 because it's a dark, cynical, depressing part of the Federation universe as they understand it. It's the most Game of Thrones thing in all of the Star Trek universe, so of course they love Section. So they're going to make a whole show, but they're destroying the action. They're ruining the concept, but we'll get into that later for my fellow Trekkies out there. And we also have to talk about, what was the other thing I put in the description? Mr. Producer, I don't even have a good stack of stuff loaded up right now. I'm just like, I'm a total mess. Mr. Producer is on vacation, and it's harming the show. Let me check out grab my Rumble chat, and then we're good to go. Rumble chat. Because we are live on, I should say, why are all the YouTube content creators saying the green platform? Everyone's saying the green platform. They're not saying Rumble. And I think it's because YouTube really has it in for Rumble. I don't know why. Who could explain it? Okay, pop out chat. There it is. All right, we are good to go. Ahoy, Starfury! Starfury is in the chat. Let me grab my comments here. There he says namaste, peeps. Namaste, I don't believe namaste is actually a greeting. I think it's an expression of gratitude. It's like thankfulness, if I'm not mistaken. You know, Starfury, I wouldn't want to contradict your knowledge of, like, meditative and mindfulness practices. I am certain that you are an expert in this area, but namaste is a Sanskrit phrase that is a traditional Hindu greeting. Ah, the captain was incorrect. It happens rarely, but it does happen. A traditionally Hindu greeting and a sign of respect. Huh. I really did. I was thinking that was like a gratitude. I did not know what I was talking about, and I contradicted you. Stop it, eh? And I expect you'll have me walk the plank. Anthony says hola. Now, that one I do know for sure. That is a French expression, which means goodbye. So, Anthony says, I hear a voice. That would be me. Tom is in the chat, not lurking at the top of the hour. Hail, Tom. Hail to you, my good friend. Well, yeah, let's get into it. So, Deadpool and Wolverine. Now, I'm going to start with no spoiler talk, but you let me know, chat, if you want me to later just delve into some things. You know what's kind of fun about this? We haven't had a lot of these lately to talk about, however. I'm pretty excited about this. Just got to do a quick search here. I want to pull up the genre. If you don't know, I am a huge fan of Blake Snyder's Save the Cat. And I know you're probably getting tired of it by now, but I'm reading other books. I'm actually reading Robert McKee's work. I'm really excited about this. I'm looking for a new framework at looking at stories. But in any case, allow me to share my screen. Most superhero films, that would be comic book superhero films, generally fall into the category of, unsurprisingly, superhero. In the Blake Snyder Save the Cat, especially origin stories. Origin stories always fall under superhero. However, there definitely are exceptions to this, especially with the breadth of the Marvel universe. Because, you know, we have like 30 films or some such now in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, something like 22 in the Marvel Cinematic Universe proper. That would be phases 1 through 3. So there's a lot of different genres you could fit in there. This is one occasion where we have basically a pretty excellent buddy love story. That would be Deadpool and Wolverine. I mean, that's pretty much what it was marketed as. But, you know, the amazing thing about it, here's the deal. If you are a creative, if you're a writer, if you're an aspiring filmmaker, you need to understand the rules of storytelling and the structure before you can break the rules, right? Because there are filmmakers that break the rules, but when they do, it really becomes the exception that proves the rule. Tarantino is very good at this. Taika Waititi is pretty good at this. Sometimes Christopher Nolan is pretty good at this. I would say Rian Johnson thinks he's really good at this. Leslie Headland thinks that she's really good at this. She's not. She doesn't. God, she doesn't even understand the most basic rules of storytelling, so I won't even get into that. But in any case, the 3 elements you need for an excellent buddy love story are: number 1, an incomplete hero who is missing something physical, ethical, or spiritual. He or she needs another to be a whole. By the way, actually, romance movies can also just be, they also are buddy love stories. But in this case, we're talking about platonic buddy love. Although in the case of Deadpool, that's debatable for a lot of reasons. But in any case, of course we have that. We actually have that in Duplicate, because the Wolverine that we meet in this story is a very broken Wolverine, but not in the typical Hollywood deconstruction, you know, Captain Picard, Jake Skywalker sort of way. He's a man who failed. He failed, and he's given up. And so that's what he's missing, right? And then you have Deadpool, who starts out the story as also having kind of hung up the cape. Well, not the cape, but the tights. And he's broken, and he's missing something. And I don't want to get into spoilers, but essentially it's all there. So second part of a buddy love story is the counterpart, who makes the completion come about or has qualities the hero needs. Third, and of course we know what that is, a complication, be it a misunderstanding, personal or ethical viewpoint, epic historical event, or the prudish disapproval of society. In this case, the TVA, that would be the Time Variance Authority, from the Loki series, arrive, and they pull Deadpool into a quest to find an anchor being that would be someone who keeps the fabric of their universe intact, and that happens to be Wolverine. So he's got to go and find a Wolverine in order to keep his universe from unraveling. And there's no less than 2 British villains in this, by the way. There are 2 British, and they're both snotty and arrogant and over-the-top characters, which is perfect. It's perfect. You'll love it, Star Fury. So the complication is he gets dragged into this. Now, there's a deeper level to this complication that I don't want to get into yet, because we're not in the spoilers. But essentially, it sets Deadpool on a quest to save his universe, and he's got to have Wolverine's help to do it. So, a couple of things about this movie. It's kind of... It's technically executed almost perfectly. I would say it's almost perfectly executed. It's a lot of fun to watch. It knows exactly what it is. It pays homage to the fans. I think I could spoil this. It's been long enough. Wolverine is a mild spoiler, but if you've been seeing anything on the internet, you probably already know this already. Okay? Should I say it? Wolverine puts on the mask. He puts on the mask, and it's phenomenal. And they use the same kind of effects they use for Deadpool's mask. They use it on his. I got to tell you something kind of amazing about this, by the way. Yes, it was great. Great to see the actual Wolverine mask happen in the movie, and it's done in a way that's pretty amazing. And it's meant to be a crowd-pleasing moment. It annoyed me a little bit, though, because it's almost like the movie wants you to pat it on the head for doing what we as comic book fans expect. It would be kind of like if in the third act of Spider-Man puts on his Spider-Man mask, and they play it as like, aren't you grateful, audience? Don't you love that we did this for you? And it'd be like, he should have been wearing the mask in the first 2 acts, and also in all previous films. But it was just a little part of me. The film is so loving towards fans, for, I would say on the whole, that I consider that more of just Hollywood creatives not getting it, you know. But the movie is a little bit having fun with that. It's having fun with the fact that, you know, they've waited so long to put him in the right costume and all that stuff. I appreciate that. So the captain will allow it. Captain will allow it. But what struck me about the mask is it's actually intimidating. Like, he's actually kind of scarier when he's wearing it, which was kind of amazing. I was like, wow. You know, I don't necessarily feel that, like, with Batman, for example. Like, I mean, I do, but it's like, you know, where is the trigger? Tell me where it is. Swear to me! You know, it's like, it's not really that scary. I mean, you can kind of say, I can see how maybe a criminal who's dangling 5 stories in the air would find that scary. But me as the audience member, it's not like I really find it all that scary. A Wolverine mask was kind of scary. Dude, the blood and gore in this is fantastic. It's fantastic. The title sequence, I talk a lot about the promise of the premise, right? The promise of the premise. What did we come here to see? And the one thing I can tell you, because if the last couple episodes of the Captain's Cast, I've really harped on this, because everything Disney usually fails at this, which is why things like the Acolyte and She-Hulk and all that Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's why they're so bad. Because they fail at the basic... It's why The Last Jedi is such a travesty. The Last Jedi literally did the opposite of paying off the promise of the premise in every single opportunity, right? So what's great about Deadpool and Wolverine is, when you watch this film, it is exactly what you came to see. It is every single thing you wanted is pretty much there. And that's pretty amazing. And you know what's kind of funny? When you do that, it happens to result in a pretty damn good story. It was a well-structured story. It hit all the right notes. I enjoyed it a lot. Well, it's I was about to make another point about this, but I'll circle back to it. But what I would say is, why did it take so long? Why did it take so long for them to just put him in? They actually have a joke in the film that kind of acknowledges that, which is pretty hilarious. Like, why did it take him so long to put him in the costume? Oh, that's what I was going to say. The blood and gore. The blood and gore in this is fantastic. There is a scene in which Deadpool and Wolverine fight. And, you know, obviously they can't... They both regenerate, right? So they can stab and shoot and maim each other pretty much as they want. And you would expect to see, like, some gore as a result of that. There is a scene where the aftermath of one of these, they show it, and it's unbelievable. I was laughing at just that. I was like, that's unbelievable. Oh, that's what I was going to say. The opening credits, the way... I usually kind of hate opening credits. I'm like, skip the credits, just get me into the movie. Dude, the opening credits of this movie are fantastic. They are absolutely... I was laughing. I was having a great time. It was kind of cathartic. It was cathartic. I don't know. Can I spoil the opening credits? Can I spoil it for you? You get to watch a lot of TVA agents get butchered in Deadpool fashion, and let me tell you something. I was unprepared for how satisfying that was going to feel. Like, I had no idea I needed that, but I needed it. I needed to see Deadpool just humiliating and butchering these stupid TVA characters from the MCU, okay? And I suddenly realized how much I hate the TVA, which brings me to my one unfortunate point. Now, I might rate this film a 9 out of 10. I might even bump it up. I don't know if it would quite hit a 10. It would be pushing it, but for one crucial problem. The TVA. That would be the Time Variance Authority, this weird, retro-futuristic time police that were introduced in the Loki series. And they're basically gods. They are the DMV, but with godlike powers, and they hold the fate of millions of universes in their hands. Just on the face of it, I sort of hate that. I hate that whole concept. I think it's sort of and also it's so wacky and kooky. It's weird, and it's like it has no seriousness to it. I find them to be... They are kind of like The Office, yeah, they're kind of like characters from The Office, but they're running this sort of godlike bureaucracy that's overseeing all the fate of all the universes. And it kind of robs the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe of all of its meaning and all of its stakes. And I mean, we all know in Loki Season 1, they have that horrendous scene in which Loki opens up a drawer at the TVA, and there's a bunch of Infinity Stones rattling around in there. They're paperweights. They're just paperweight. Oh, we got thousands of those. Oh, gee. So then what the hell was all that Endgame crap? It's so I hate the TVA. And I did not know how deeply and passionately I fucking despise these characters. I despise the TVA. I despise the entire concept of it. I hate all the characters that are part of it. And it's why I hate Loki. I hate the series. I mean, at first I was interested, and I kind of liked it. That show beat that show beat me down and forced me to hate all of that crap. And I suddenly realized as Deadpool was slicing, stabbing, dismembering, butchering, and and in horrendous, hideous ways, shall we say, violently. It's nothing I could say on YouTube. Okay, he was doing very nasty things to these. I suddenly realized I'm very happy right now. I am very happy. I am very happy watching this. And I have the feeling that the film knows that this was going to be a treat. The film knows that this was going to be a treat. And it's like, it was as if you sort of get this on-screen revenge on all the garbage MCU content. So I love that a lot. However, the problem is the plot is actually driven by the TVA. They are the main source of all of the conflict in the film. And I gotta tell you, it really dragged it down a lot for me. It dragged it every kind of major, not every moment, but I would say almost any major plot beat that had to do with the TVA storyline. I started rolling my eyes. I really did. I was like, oh, jeez. I hate it. I hate that crap so much. And if it weren't in a Deadpool film, I probably would have hated the film. But Deadpool, of course, he's breaking the fourth wall. He's making jokes. He's doing his thing. And I got to say, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, I don't think he's ever been better. I mean, he has never been more Logan Wolverine than him. And I talk about this a lot on this stream. What do you need for effective teams in storytelling, effective buddy duos? Especially, you need foils, right? A foil is a character that is an opposite, right? Someone who has an opposite quality. So they are perfect foils for each other. Deadpool is the mouth. He's a motor mouth. He's sarcastic. He's wacky. He's breaking the fourth wall. Wolverine is serious. He's a man of few words. Taciturn is the word. He is taciturn, and he's annoyed. He's kind of bitter and resentful, and he's serious. He's serious, and he has no time for this bullshit. They're perfect foils for each other. It's excellent. It's a perfect buddy cop kind of dynamic. So I loved it. I thought the villain who was what was her? She's basically Charles Xavier's twin. Let me get the IMDb here. On X-23 is the mutant that he saved in Logan. What is... Hang on a second here. Deadpool, Wolverine. I usually have these linked. Just have to wade through like 5 layers of IMDb bullshit, and then I can see... Dude, the cameos were brilliant in this. They were excellent. Cassandra Nova. That's the name of the character. Nova. Okay, yeah. They just called her Nova in the film. That makes sense. Yeah. She was pretty great. I gotta tell you, Marvel, the MCU, as it is rightly named, has been kind of terrible lately with boring, kind of like soccer mom villains and middle-aged women that are like, ooh, they're so scary. They're so scary. I gotta tell you, this is a female villain in this movie that's actually pretty damn intimidating and kind of terrifying, and a great performance by Emma Corrin, who plays her. And, a key feature of why she's so good is that, her powers are horrifying. She has powers that are... I actually think she's almost a challenge for Dr. Manhattan. Almost. I mean, she's so powerful. However, it's actually the fact that the character derives all of that strength from her mind powers, her sort of telekinetic and telepathic powers. Right? So she herself is very dainty, very frail. It looks like, and you could break her like a twig. The problem is her powers, right? You can't get around her powers, and she's a pure psychopath. She's just a total psychopath, played great by the actress who plays her. And it's like, that's the right way to play it. She could never be a physical threat. I'm not saying you can't have female characters in a superhero story that could be physical threats. I'm just saying the fact is, it is obvious that if they could ever get their hands on her without her power, they could easily kill her. The problem is her powers. And she plays that excellently. So she's actually a pretty intimidating female villain, which it's not like that's a new thing. We've had that for years. It's just in the current modern Hays Code imposed by the woke mind virus, the kind of female girl bosses they create are cringe and awful and the opposite of intimidating. So you have two films in Deadpool and Wolverine and Twisters that are classical storytelling with a great mashup of characters. And when the cameos arrive, they are excellent. They have great payoffs. And I would say there is a through line in the story for both Logan and Deadpool, which is about the things missing in their lives and the things they feel they can never get back, the things they can never fix. And the villain plays into that as well in a really brilliant psychological way. And so Deadpool and Logan wind up kind of helping each other find those missing pieces, right? Which is, I'm dancing around saying anything too much. So my point is there's a really good through line in the story that makes you care. But mostly the reason you're here in this film, mostly the reason you're watching it is because you just want to see these two characters, Wolverine and Deadpool, play off each other and just fight each other and then kick some ass together and just get into a bunch of bullshit and kind of just flip the bird to Marvel and Disney. Dude, there is a line, there is a moment in this film in like the early act. It's because a lot of the best, funniest parts were spoiled in the trailers. I gotta tell you, Jeremy over there at D-Day Cobra has a point when he says don't watch the trailers because they spoiled all the best jokes in the trailers. And it's not that there aren't more, but like, damn, some of those jokes in the trailers, not all of them, but some of them in the trailers would have been so much better if I hadn't seen them first. But there is one that was not in the trailer, and it was a kind of middle finger to it had to do with Fox and Disney, like Fox versus Disney, and it was so funny. I was dying. You know what's funny? I was kind of in a weird crowd because, dude, these theaters are packed. It was hard to get a seat. Like every single showing from 9 in the morning to 10 at night, packed for this movie. And it's like I had to squeeze in to see it. And what kind of shocked me though is that a lot of the crowd they were kind of a stick in the mud audience, I thought. They weren't laughing. I felt like kind of weird because I was laughing. I was just, but maybe that's because I follow this stuff and I understand the whole Disney Fox stuff. And maybe a lot of people in theater were just kind of normies and just went over their head. That's possible. I am pretty nerdy. But I thought it was hilarious. Don't get me wrong. There was a lot of laugh lines. There's a lot of, the audience was having fun. It's just funny when you're in a theater and you think, God, I feel like I'm the only one laughing. That was funny, right? That was funny. So there you go. Yeah, so it's good, man. It's a great buddy love movie. I got to tell you, you can only make a film like this if you really care about what you're doing. And that's the thing is like, man, I got to tell you, I feel like Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds, I mean, they were at the top of their game in this. I mean, the tip top. They were absolutely having a blast making this film in the best way. They just inhabited those characters, and those characters are beyond larger than life in this movie, and that's what you have got to have. And it was a throwback, this movie, because we haven't had, I think, a superhero film that was this much fun in a long time. And let me tell you something. This film only cared about one thing. The audience having a blast. That is all this movie cares about. It does not give a shit about the message. It does not give a shit about Kevin Feige's vision for the Marvel Universe. It does not give a shit about like the multiverse even. It just wants you to have a great time. And I felt it. It was a love fest. It was a love fest. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that a great deal. What's in the chat? Star Fury says, Namaste equals I bow to you, you pleb. No, Star Fury, you bow to no one. Star Fury was correct in his use of Namaste. It was the captain who mistakenly assumed it was what did I think it was? I was thinking it was an expression of gratitude. Maybe that's because all the yoga people do. All the yoga people are like, Namaste, be thankful. And it's like, no, it's a greeting. It is a Hindu Sanskrit greeting. Star Fury says, so the villains in Deadpool are me then? What do you mean they're you? I'm trying to work that one out. What did I miss? I have to rewind the tape in my head of what we were talking about. The villains in Deadpool. Explain that one, Star Fury. I'm not... I feel like I should know what you're saying. If Deadpool cares enough to give people what they want, give them kudos for it. Wolverine nunchucks for the win. He does not use nunchucks in the film. However, man, it's just fantastic, dude. Every battle between him and Deadpool, there is a set piece at the end of the film, the third act, that was pretty glorious. It was pretty glorious, and I was scratching my head, but then the film kind of circled back, and I thought they were like there was a plot hole, but then they accounted for it. I'm being vague because we're not in the spoiler section yet. Anthony Timmons says, I find the whole multiverse nonsense tiring. They don't know how to tell a story anymore. It is extremely tiring, and I'll tell you, the TVA was the one part of this film, honest to God, it was tiring. Every time they were involved, except where Deadpool was mocking them or making fun of them, it was... I almost wish the film had been Deadpool kills the TVA. I really wish that had been the story. Like, Deadpool destroys the TVA. I think that is a stupid plot device. I really don't like them at all. I didn't like them very much in Loki. You know, it was so mystery box, too, because in Loki, at first, I was like, why are they this weird, retro-futuristic thing? You know, that they're this quirky, wacky... kind of not really taking itself seriously idea. And it's like, let's just think of this logically for a second. Let us assume that there really is this bureaucracy that monitors all of time. Actually, Star Trek had a concept like this. They were called the Temporal Police. But they were serious. They did not have weird, wacky cathode ray, tube, cathode ray monitors like it was the 50s. They didn't have oddball, costumes. And in other words, they were serious. They were a serious bureaucracy, a serious agency that were trying to prevent temporal incursion. So I guess my problem is it's like Loki wants to kind of have this wacky Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, not taking it seriously, but yet the implications of it are literally the most serious in the entire Marvel Universe. Much more serious than the Infinity Stones. I mean, what if Thanos had been, done that way? Like, what if Thanos had been kind of silly and off the wall, just kind of an oddball, tongue-in-cheek character? That would have been stupid, and nobody would have liked that. So that's why I really don't like the TVA. However, for the purposes of this film, it works, though, because Deadpool and Wolverine, basically, the heart of the story is Deadpool and Wolverine. It is about them. It is about their quest. And really, the TVA is just a vehicle to get them into that quest. And I think that is as it should be. And so when it's just focused on them on a buddy adventure, it works pretty well. So, and let me just tell you, the way that Deadpool just slices, dices, and utterly humiliates the TVA agents is a thing of beauty. It is a gory, bloody painting that is wonderful to admire. So for that reason, at least, I recommend this film. But I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10 bars on the epaulets. I am deducting. At 1 or 2 points are being deducted from the captain's score because of the TVA, because they really annoy me. I really hate that plot. And I will say this. As soon as I got done with Deadpool and Wolverine, I had the feeling I would love to see another Deadpool and Wolverine movie. But I hope this is the last time I ever see the MCU. I know that's not going to happen. They're going to make 15 more. They're never going to stop. Disney is never going to stop. They're like Boogie. They're like Boogie. They're never going to stop. The best thing they could do is quit, vault all this shit, and restart it again later. But they're never going to stop. In fact, they just announced Robert Downey Jr. is coming to play Doctor Doom. And I'm very disappointed in this news, and we'll get into that. They need to quit. Lucasfilm needs to stop. They need to vault Star Wars and retool it and restart it again later. But they won't, because they're addicts. But that being said, I really was like, I hope this is the last I ever see the TVA. I hope this is the last I ever see of this kind of... I'm tired of this universe. It's not... I'm really tired of it. And it's not because of the universe. I think Deadpool and Wolverine has utterly proven that there's no superhero fatigue here. These theaters were packed to the rafters. This film is destroying the box office. I mean, just shredding it. So there's no doubt that the problem is bad storytelling and propaganda storytelling fatigue. That's the problem. That's a problem. And I would say that what's nice about Twisters is that while there's no overt climate change propaganda, it does proceed from the premise that the storms are getting worse. There's more of them all the time. And, you know what's interesting about this? I don't know that. I don't know if that's true or untrue. I truly don't. Because you can't trust any data, because the people that are trying to convince you of all this are also liars. They lie about everything. And when they get caught in their lies, that would be the media, they never retract those lies. They never apologize. They never take any accountability. But they want us to believe them when they say that there's more storms or it's hotter than it's ever been. I call bullshit. It's like you can't trust the data. But anyway. But it still had to be in there. They still had to point out that, yes, there's more tornadoes than ever. And it's like, okay, I want to see the data. Data I can trust. Where were we in the chat? Starfury says, all bureaucracies are like the DMV. I speak as a low-level bureaucrat. Yes, I know. I hate the DMV. I hate it. Well, listen. What happens is whenever you have an organization and that organization gets to a certain size and it gets to a certain age, it becomes ossified. And it becomes incapable of course correcting. This is not exclusive to government bureaucracies. This is the case with all bureaucracies, including corporate bureaucracies. It's why the corporate world can be so frustrating, because big, bloated companies become themselves a little bit like the DMV. The difference is, in the free market, if another company is leaner, meaner, and is pleasing its customers and is working harder, the competition forces the old dinosaurs to either change or go under, or they give some competition. The problem with government bureaucracy is there is no competition. If you don't like your DMV, too bad. They don't care that you could just go pound sand. They don't give a shit whether you get your license or not. You need them. They don't need you. So that's the problem. At least when it comes to private enterprise, there is, in theory, there is competition and a profit motive. Fascinatingly, this is sort of the problem with Disney. They aren't motivated by profit. They're motivated by their wacko, crazy politics, and the result is they literally have an ensconced, entrenched bureaucracy of mediocre to really lazy, stupid people, such as Leslie Headland, and they just fail upwards. That just like it. I'm not saying you're failing upwards, Star Fury. Don't misunderstand. I am sure you're very fine at your job. I'm sure that if I came to your place of work as a client, I would want your lane or window or whatever. I'm just saying it happens in some bureaucracies, especially corporate ones, where mediocrity becomes entrenched. And Disney has embraced the woke mind virus, and they won't give up the ghost. Star Fury agrees with Anthony, says, let the multiverse die. Kill it if you have to. That's what I say. Star Fury says, they should get Doctor Strange to do some magic mumbo-jumbo and kill the multiverse. Well, his name does come up in this film. but not in that context. Anthony says it is all just so dumb. Yeah, I would say the biggest problem, you know what's funny is, I've probably mentioned this before. The first time I was ever introduced to a parallel alternate reality universe concept was in the show Star Trek The Next Generation. It was the episode Parallels in season 6, I believe. What would I have been? Like maybe 12, 13 or so, I would say, when I saw this. And it was an episode in which Commander Worf starts to notice odd little things in his life are out of place. Suddenly, the painting that was on this wall is on that wall. Suddenly, the character that was in the scene has vanished and is gone. And suddenly, Data has blue eyes and not yellow eyes. He's like, what's going on? And the changes start to get worse and more dramatic, and no one believes him. And then it turns out he's being pushed into alternate realities. And I remember thinking, oh my God, that's such a fascinating idea. Data explains it to him. He's like, well, in theory, all possible choices you make do happen just in a different reality. And I remember thinking that was great. There was a Jet Li movie in the 90s called The One, in which he basically has to hop through multiple realities. There's a bad version of Jet Li and there's a good version. And the bad version of Jet Li is killing all the other Jet Lis in other realities, because the theory goes, if you kill yourself in every other reality and it's just you suck up all their power. You become like a god. And so that's kind of what the story is. It's dopey as hell, but it was kind of fun. And Jet Li fighting Jet Li is pretty fantastic. It's gotten ridiculous now. It's gotten absolutely out of control, and the biggest problem is alternate realities lower the stakes of the story. That's really the problem. You know what the very best example, I'm going to give you the best example of this ever. Best example ever. I am a giant fan of the video games BioShock. Okay, BioShock 1, BioShock 2, about the underwater city of Rapture. They have this classic H.G. Wells 1950s kind of sci-fi feel to them, combined with the kind of political ideas of Ayn Randian objectivism versus, Marxist collectivism. And you have this idea of the ultimate American dream character, Andrew Ryan, who decides to build a city, a libertarian city under the sea to hide from government and create a utopia. And of course, the utopia goes to shit, and it's infested with these mutated splicers, and you have to fight them. It's fantastic. I love these games. They are high concepts. They're thrilling. They're a lot of fun to play. But really, just a brilliant, haunting, remarkable story. Okay, in the first two games. The third game is BioShock Infinite. BioShock Infinite takes place in the floating city in the clouds of Columbia, and it takes place in a slightly earlier era. It's like the 1910s, and you play Booker DeWitt, who is a private investigator who has to travel to Columbia to save Elizabeth, and she kind of becomes his buddy in the story. And the game is fun. I love the era. I do love the 1910s. And of course, Columbia, instead of dealing with sort of this idea of libertarianism versus communism, it instead it goes completely the direction of like, it's basically a story about a race war. That's basically what it is. It's basically about a bunch of white supremacists go up into the clouds, and they literally turn the founding of America into basically a white supremacist religion. And that religion is all this is the most ridiculous thing, right? They're basically white supremacists in the story. This is BioShock Infinite. Basically a bunch of white supremacists who have turned Americanism into a kind of sick, like racialized religion, flee to the clouds, and they secede from the United States, and they hate all races that are not white. Like they think they're lesser races, and they don't want any part of a society that gives them equal rights. But they make sure to bring a whole bunch of people of color up into the clouds with them so that they can have slaves. And that's basically the idea. And then this, of course, leads to a rebellion. I found it contrived. I found it pedantic. This is even before wokeness was way out of control, and it was an eye roll. It was like, really? We have to go here? It's like every single thing has to be about, it has to be about the racist America. Every single thing. So anyway, that annoyed me. But that's not actually the deal breaker. It still, mostly, is a pretty good story because there's a story about Daisy Fitzroy, and she is a black woman who is leading this rebellion against the racist white ruling class in the city. And she's kind of portrayed as being sort of equally moral. There's a lot of moral complexity on all sides. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, you go through this epic quest, right? And the whole deal is, in order to complete your quest, you have to help her achieve her goal. But when you get to the goal, it's basically this man you have to find, and if you don't find him, you can't save the rebellion, you can't save this world, or whatever. When you find the man, he's already been killed. Well, it turns out that Elizabeth, that's palling around with you, she can open tears into alternate realities. So the game becomes about hopping into alternate realities. So what does the game have you do? You literally abandon the entire quest that you've been on for about 10 hours of gameplay, and you hop into an alternate reality, and you just proceed in that reality where you don't have a problem. And I remember being so frustrated by that because it basically invalidated everything that was happening up to that point. So everything you did up to that point did not matter. And suddenly, nothing mattered because all that would happen is if you failed in one reality, Booker and Elizabeth would just jump to the next reality. And they would just... And so basically what that implied is the previous reality went down in flames. All was lost. And so what? Who cares? Well, that's the problem with multiverses. That's why they suck, because there's no actual stakes. So I'm with you, Anthony. Joseph Ricci is in the chat. Says, hi. Hello, Joseph. Says, after tonight, projected to be 500 million worldwide, I presume that would be Deadpool and Wolverine. We're going to check out those stats here in just a second. I would give this movie a 4 out of 5. I'd say we're aligned then, because I'm giving it an 8 out of 10. I like a little more wiggle room in my score, personally. Yeah, I give it an 8 out of 10. I enjoyed it a hell of a lot, and it probably would have been a 9 out of 10 if the TVA were not the TVA. And it might have been a 10 out of 10 if the story had had just a little more heart. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. Let me put up my... Where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait. Here. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, that was a short one. Dude, I just watched Twisters, okay? And I am in an area where theoretically there could be a tornado. I just have to tell you, the wind's kicking up. It's been very stormy. Now I'm getting a little freaked out. I'm like, dude, I will say the Twister effects were pretty damn good. I was pretty impressed. I watched we're going to get into Twister and Twisters in a minute. But kudos to them for actually making me kind of fear the concept again. Now, where was I in the chat? Oh, we have a super chat in there as well. Wrangler with $4.20 super chat. Why, thank you, Wrangler. And I'm looking for, yes, the crowd. Love it. Thank you, my friend. $4.20 says nothing, as is his custom. As is his custom. Now, Joseph was saying there was some wokeness in the movie, but it wasn't painfully obvious or with an agenda. It was done well. What wokeness would you be referring to, Joseph? I'm curious about your thoughts. I define wokeness as specifically, like, in my view, it's very surface level. It's always very, but I would just say wacko leftist stuff. And it's being pushed as it is right, it is virtuous. There's no debate or argument in the film over it. It just simply is. If you're referring to the fact that there is a shitload of homoeroticism in this movie on the part of Deadpool, like a lot. There's like a lot. Well, that's actually typical of Deadpool. Like, Deadpool's always had homoeroticism. There's kind of a slight implication he's bi. That's kind of always been... And of course, he has kind of a thing for Wolverine. So that's always been part of the story. I will say this, though. It was a lot in this third one. Like, it was a lot. And it wasn't just... Actually, you know, the funny thing is Deadpool doing that is hilarious, you know? But what was funny is they brought in a lot of other characters into it, and it was kind of weird. It was getting a little weird. And I would say that the first two films, you had the character of his girlfriend that showed he's also just a huge poon hound, right? So so there was kind of a... It's kind of basically that he's just greedy. That's kind of Deadpool. He's just into everybody, and that's kind of his thing. So this film, I felt it was more lopsided, and it was quite a lot. So I don't have an issue with it. I like that's a hilarious part of his character, is the homoeroticism. However, it did seem a little too much. There were times where it's like, oh, God, you know, can we dial it back just a skosh? But anyway. Joseph says the TVA, although when Wolverine, when he finally loses his shirt, that's pretty hilarious. It's pretty hilarious what happened. Oh, my God. Anyway, Joseph says the fact that he can get in that shape, Hugh Jackman, he can get in that shape at his age just proves anybody can do it. It takes a level of, yes, I know, Hollywood actor probably has a huge budget for fitness and nutrition and all that stuff. But in theory, anyone can get in pretty amazing shape, you know, or at least super close to it, as long as you're willing to put in the work. But Joseph says the TVA idea is originally from Star Trek Voyager series. It was done well in Voyager, not done well here, but it was done this way purposely. I think you're talking about what I was referring to earlier, the temporal police. I actually kind of think that was lore creep in Star Trek, because what had happened was, and it's not really the fault of Voyager, it's like you've got Voyager was the fourth series, right? So you've had Kirk time traveling, you've had Picard time traveling, you've had Cisco and the gang time traveling. Now you've got Janeway and her crew time traveling. And it sort of required the plot to answer that. It's like, you know, well, geez, what are you going to do about all these time travelers going around? And so they introduced the concept of the temporal police. And yes, it was done much better. You had Captain Braxton. There's a great episode where 7 of 9 has to, like, stop a temporal plot, and they're pulling her through all these different time periods on the Voyager. And there's a point that they send her back to a time before 7 of 9 was on the ship. And Janeway's like, who are you? How did you get on this ship? You know, red alert, there's a Borg here. It was cool. It was a cool episode. Fu Man Blue is in the chat and is identified correctly as Fu Man Blue. And he says, greetings, everyone. Greetings, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard. Staff here, he says, Captain, you said the villains of the movie were British and snide, hence me. God, I'm so dense. What? Jeez. Okay, I thought you were going a more, like, 2 levels deep or something. I thought you were going to make some kind of joke about, you know, being nihilistic or something. I don't know stuff. Yes, you're right. You're right. I mentioned there were 2 British villains, and you said me, because you're British. And it went right over my head. There you have it. I require coffee. Joseph says, unfortunately, I disagree. I want another Wolverine Deadpool team up. However, it has to be done well. An idea would be the X-Men. Let me clarify what I said. I would love another Deadpool Wolverine movie. What I'm saying is I'm tired of the existing MCU canon. Like, specifically the MCU. Like all the stuff post Endgame. I'm just, you know, all the stuff with WandaVision, Loki, Doctor Strange, Mom. I'm tired of all of that. The She-Hulk, all that garbage. I'm so tired of it. And it is so polluted what was a pretty spectacular universe up until then. I mean, everything up until Endgame, I think, was pretty spectacular. And yeah, highs and lows, but spectacular on the whole. And they polluted it with all this weird shit, like the Skrulls and the TVA, and they've done it all so badly. Secret Invasion utterly butchered the entire Marvel universe. I mean, I think that is the most damage to canon. I feel like the Acolyte has actually done I don't know if I would say as bad as Last Jedi, but it's damn close. It's done an enormous amount of damage to the canon of Star Wars. And I would say that Secret Invasion is kind of the Marvel equivalent of that. It just took a hatchet to... So that's what I don't want to see more of. I don't want to see more of that universe. I'm totally cool with, like, rebooting it. I'm totally cool with new X-Men. I'm into that. I'm into that. Neutron Pack is in the chat. And Neutron Pack, you have, I think it's you, have sold me on seeing the film Kill. And I really want to see it. And I was, there's no theaters in my area that show it. And so, I'm thinking I might just spring for the, the $20 early rental. That's that's reaching deep into the pockets. But it does look badass. Korean film, right? Korean film, I think? Anyway. You're right. When you said the title, I remember seeing the trailer for it a while ago. I just, Kill is like, that could be anything. For whatever reason, I was thinking of some other movie lately that came out. But yeah, now that I connect the name with the trailer, like, yeah, that movie looks rad. So definitely want to see that. Wait, I didn't read your comment. You said, will Deadpool movie ever get more substance in terms of plot or just fan service to the max, which I do like. Deadpool is the vehicle that it is, right? And I think that's actually the wisdom of Deadpool. Deadpool is he's a slightly less serious character, right? So, but, there are high stakes in the film. The film is actually pretty high stakes, and it's a kind of ground, well, I say high stake. All of existence becomes the stage of the film. I sort of forgot about that, but by the end of the film. But for most of the film, the stakes are just Deadpool and Wolverine want to save their respective, like, worlds. Not, like, the whole universe. They just want to save their worlds. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good buddy love story. That works really well. I have a lot of fun with it. I'd like to see more stories like that. So I actually think there's a lot of substance in this film. What I would say is they are not meant to be something like, The Dark Knight, which is a very dark, grim, serious take on a vigilante trying to save his city, or Iron Man, which is meant to be a classic, larger-than-life, straight-up hero movie. This is a guy who breaks the fourth wall. He makes fun of things, but also he does take his life seriously. That's the thing. Deadpool... I would argue that the Margot Robbie Harley Quinn character of, like, Suicide Squad, not Suicide Squad specifically, but the Harley Quinn movie, what the hell was it called? Birds of Prey? I feel like she doesn't take herself seriously, which is her problem as a character. And that's what's irritating about that character. She doesn't seem to take herself very seriously. Deadpool does. And so... as long as the stakes for Deadpool are serious, I think these movies will always have a good degree of substance. I like all three of them. I think all three Deadpool films are pretty good. And the mistake would be if they... I was actually worried that third trailer that came out seemed like it was super duper serious. I think that's a mistake with Deadpool because that's not the tone of Deadpool. But don't misunderstand. I am not saying that I think it's bad when comic book movies take themselves seriously. I'm saying it's got to be the right film. Like The Winter Soldier. It's one of the best superhero films of all time. Captain America, The Winter Soldier. It's like a deadly serious Bourne movie. It's fantastic. It's a spy thriller. And it's done well. It's done really, really well. There's, like, intrigue. There's conspiracies. There's just epic battles. Captain America just crushes it in that movie. It's one of my favorite MCU films. And that's what that was supposed to be. Captain America is more of a political thriller. I think that's wise, right? Then you have Batman. Batman is more of a grim, dark, noir detective character. Nolan is perfect for Batman, in my opinion. I really love Christopher Nolan's take on Batman because he's a detective noir character, and I really like that a lot, right? That's not good for Superman, though. Superman has got to be bright and hopeful and optimistic. And so what I'm saying is the vehicle needs to match the right tone. And I think for Deadpool, slightly tongue-in-cheek and not taking it too seriously, that is the right tone for Deadpool. And I think it always will be. And credit to Hugh Jackman. His character is deadly serious in this. Like, Wolverine is not in on the joke. That's the cool thing about the film. Wolverine's not in on it. I think he might have broke the fourth wall once, just as a total, just for fun, I think. I can't quite remember if he did or not, but all I will say is I think he did once, and it was great. It was done very well. But generally, he's not in on it. He is stone cold serious. I am Wolverine of the X-Men. He is that character. And that's really smart. Like, I really like that a lot. I love how they did this. Deadpool is Deadpool. He breaks the fourth wall. He does all the wacky shit. Wolverine is Wolverine. That's it. So I don't think that's at all a problem, and I think Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman know exactly what this film has to be and what it should be. And I'll tell you something else. It struck me watching this because I realized, how can I put this delicately? Leslie Headland, cube-shaped woman, and former assistant to Harvey Weinstein, and generally, in the words of Sheriff Jim Dangle of the Reno Sheriff's Department, an unfortunate-looking woman, she has zero command of story structure, character development, any of the things that you need to make a story work properly. And what struck me about Deadpool and Wolverine is that, like, I've watched so much Drek with the MCU and Disney Lucasfilm. I was like, it's just a fact. Talented people are talented people, and they're rare, right? And within a specific field, right? If you're looking for someone that has the talent to read the room and know the joke, I mean, that's the worst thing about woke storytelling. That's pretty much it. Woke storytelling cannot read the room. That's really the problem with it. It can't read the room. That's why it's so odd. That's why the storytelling in woke storytelling is so odd. It's like, wait a minute. You're trying to tell me that OSHA wanting to spare Chimere, who just murdered all of her friends, but then she kind of falls in love with him, but then also kills Master Soul in a fit of rage. You want to tell me that that's the hero of this story, or that that's a consistent character? That's weird. That is a weird way to look at reality. You know what I mean? Well, that's because woke storytellers can't read the room. Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman can read the room brilliantly. And they know exactly the tone to hit. There is a great scene. They're getting ready for this awesome action set piece, and Ryan Reynolds turns to the camera and says, "Get your favorite socks out, nerds, because you're about to, you're about to explode or whatever." It was hilarious. And it was like, he's making fun of us. He's making fun of your dear captain. He's making fun of you, Staff here, you, Fu Man Blue, you, Wrangler, you, Neutron Pack, and Joseph. Please like and subscribe if you're enjoying the conversation. And I would just say that, but it was in a way that was affectionate, and I was in total agreement. I was like, you're exactly right. This is exactly why I came to this movie, and I can't wait. And I was like, I'm going to get my favorite sock. Anyway, so I'm saying that that's what's interesting about it. It's like She-Hulk, that's a better comparison. She-Hulk could have been playful with the fans, and I think the original vision of She-Hulk in the comics was that. It was playful, it sort of, was tongue-in-cheek, but it poked fun at the fourth wall. What's funny about Ryan Reynolds is he knows how to read the room and poke fun at the audience in a way that's playful and edgy, but is not insulting. You know what I mean? He's not, in other words, he doesn't hate the audience. He doesn't look down on the audience. The character doesn't, the film doesn't, the actor doesn't. But in She-Hulk, it's clear that, like, they hate you. They hate the audience. They're offended. Ew, gross. We have to make this, comic book for, comic book males. Males who like comics. Gross. But we need a paycheck. And so they think it's funny when She-Hulk is turning the fans into the villains. What's funny about Deadpool, they know exactly how to make a joke that's going to poke fun at everyone. And I love that. What that requires, folks, is talent. Actual talent. You can't fake skill like that. You can't fake that skill. And that's why, people ask it, why is it so bad? Disney, Lucasfilm, the MCU, all these crap movies we watch, why are they so bad? How can they be this bad? Well, because really, talent-lacking people who don't have these skill sets. Let's face it, whether you like or hate Ryan Reynolds, and let's face it, a little bit of Ryan Reynolds goes a long way, in my opinion. You can't deny the fact he's got amazing talent. He's got amazing comedic timing, and he knows how to read the room. You just can't fake that, folks. And the problem is the DEI wackos have used racial division and in fact, flat out racial segregation. They have used neo-racial segregation to force skilled people out of writing rooms and force mediocre people into writing rooms based on, you know, what shade their skin is, or who they like to sleep with, and so forth. And that has resulted in a stark contrast, because I'm just like, man, I was watching Deadpool. I'm like, dude, you can't fake this. You either can write a script that's tight and makes sense and is a lot of fun. You either can poke fun at the audience and have them laughing along with you, or you can't. You just either have that skill or you don't. And it's impressive. It's impressive to see what credentialed, talented creatives can do when they just do what you're supposed to do when you're creating a good story. You just follow. It's not that difficult. It's not that it's well, all creative endeavors entail difficulty. It's that it's simple. It's a simple formula to please an audience. And you only struggle with this if A, you hate your audience, and B, you don't have any business being in the position that you are in. Starfury says, the captain's scared of the twisters. Give him a teddy bear. Geez, Starfury, I did not say I was scared, per se. I simply voiced a modicum of prudent caution. Caution is all. Don't read too much into it, Starfury. I'm not. The captain is afraid of no tornado. Actually, I will say, I went sailing on a ship on Lake Erie, the flagship Niagara. I went on that ship, and the day that I was on that tour, we were out there sailing on the lake, and two water spouts touched down on the lake. Okay, and this was like maybe a mile away, and the captain of the ship was like, that's a water spout, and you should have seen every member of that crew just, like, went to work, like, and it was like, we're going back to port. And, of course, I'm not from the Midwest. I'm a West Coaster. We don't really, originally, we don't really deal with those problems on the West Coast. Earthquakes? Yes. Wildfires? Yes. Tornadoes, hurricanes, those aren't really a thing that you deal with there. So I was like, water spout, and I'm just like, I'm assuming that's a tornado, right? So I'm like, I say to the captain, are those dangerous? And you should have seen the look he gave me. He was like, yes. I was like, understood. And I was like, dude, you should. They were like, they went white. They were like terrified. And they said, that's rare. 2 water spouts right there on the lake. And they were like, you do not F around with those. So, hey, I'm just being a good captain. Stuffhead, eh? Joseph says, Deadpool is pansexual, whatever that means. Certain characters in the movie were woke, but like I said, I'm okay with it because there's no agenda behind it, nor did they make a point of it. Fair enough. Fu Man Blue says, Deadpool likes to flirt with everyone but bang chicks. He likes to make people uncomfortable. Flirting with a dude is hilarious to him. Yeah, I think that's closer to the truth, Fu Man Blue. I think that's my issue with the third film is it felt less like flirting and more like going the full deal in this third film. And it's just, I felt that was off character because that's exactly right. He likes to flirt with people, and what Deadpool likes to flirt with is boundaries. And that's what's funny about it. That's what makes it edgy and kind of funny. If you start to take him too seriously, it actually kind of kills the joke. I think that's actually the problem with it. It starts to kill the joke if you're starting to take it seriously. And I think that's the problem in the third one, is it started to become more... I'm not saying he's like, going full-blown making out with a dude or anything. But it seemed too literal. Let's just put it that way. In the first 2 films, it's exactly that. He likes being with chicks, and yet I think the other thing about it in the first two films is they want you guessing. Like, is he or isn't he? Kind of like Johnny Depp's character of Jack Sparrow. You know, is he or isn't he? You don't really know. Is he gay? Is he straight? Is he an idiot or a genius? Is he, you know, like, that's what's great about, is he actually a good swordsman or is he just lucky? You can't really tell with Jack Sparrow, and that's what's so great about his character. And if you start to actually answer those questions, you sort of kill that tension, and it's not as fun anymore. So I like that element of Deadpool in the first two films, that you kind of don't know. He's on the line and he's playing with the line. So the third one felt like he was starting to tilt way over the line, and I think that kills the joke. So that's more my point. I do not have an issue with him, you know, doing the flirting with everybody. I just think that the joke should be, is he serious? That should be the joke. Neutron Pack says, Kill is online now. I know that. They just wanted an arm and a leg, the last I checked, to watch it. What was the... It's like $20 to rent it. And I hate to sound like a cheapskate, but, you know. Like, I just dumped a bunch of money on the theater. So... Kill. I'm going to Just Watch, which is fantastic. I love this website. Let's see. Yeah, it's like $20 on Amazon. I mean, I could just buy it for $25. That's rolling the dice right there. I will watch it. Don't worry, Neutron Pack. I'm itching to watch it. It looks fantastic. I'm loving what I see so far. Joseph says, I agree with you. They are oversaturating the market. They can still make all these shows, movies, but at a much, much slower pace. Slow the fuck down. Don't kill your money pot fan base. Yeah, you know, I might be going against the grain because I hear a lot of YouTubers I love to follow, such as Gary over at Nerdrotic or D-Day Cobra. They tend to be of the mind that Disney is releasing things too often. Chris Gore, who I over at Film Thread, I really love his takes on things. And he's saying, you know, Disney should be, Star Wars should be an event. And I think that's true. I do remember, like, dude, there was nothing like being in the theater for that Phantom Menace. I will never forget it. When I saw the Phantom Menace in theaters when it was released as a teenager, this was the first new Star Wars film since Return of the Jedi, right? First new Star Wars film since Return of the Jedi. There had been the re-releases in the late 90s of the original trilogy, which was kind of like prepping people for that. Dude, you could not get seats. Like, every theater was packed. It was lines around the block for over a week. That film was in the theater for, I think it was almost a full year. It was like Top Gun Maverick. It was just like that. It would not quit. It just month after month after month, The Phantom Menace was in theaters. But, and I wasn't even on the opening day. It was like a few days later, packed theater. Dude, when that epigraph comes up a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, the theater went nuts. Nuts. Everyone was cheering. They were screaming. It was like a sports arena. They went wild. And then when it was like, da, 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 and like the Star Wars logo and the title crawl, they went even crazier. They went even louder. They were screaming, cheering. It was crazy. The energy was unbelievable. So, and it was like that for all three. Revenge of the Sith, I saw that one in college, and it was like, same deal. The minute you see it, once a long time ago, dude, Star Wars was like nothing. No movie was like it. Nothing was like it. So, have they killed that with frequency? I would say, well, they've killed it with bad writing. That's what they've done. They've killed it with terrible writing, terrible filmmaking, and then to top all that off, they've attacked the audience. They've turned it into a political football, which is horrendous. Star Wars was one of the most universal, unifying things ever before Disney had it. Nothing was political about Disney, or about Star Wars. Nothing was political, honestly, about movies back then. I mean, yes, there were political thrillers and stuff, so leaving that aside. But yeah, but what I would say is that I think you could still have a higher frequency of films. You could still have TV shows if you just took the time that was needed to make every one of these excellent. And listen, the first three phases of the Marvel Cinematic Universe are the blueprint for this. They did that. The first 3 phases of Marvel were careful, strategic. It was one film at a time. Yes, they would announce films, and they knew that they were going to do more films, but every film was like, there was care and attention put into who is the writer, who is the director, what is their vision. What is happening now is the total opposite of that. They just have to feed content to the algorithm. That's all it is. And yeah, they killed the magic. So I don't think frequency would necessarily kill it if it were living up to the standard. But if you were living up to that standard, I think it would necessarily take more time. I mean, Lucas, it was 3 years between each of the prequel releases. Lucas took his time making those films, and you would have to if you were going to do it to the level of quality that people expect. So I'm not saying that the frequency in and of itself is a problem, but I do think the frequency would go down if they were serious about making these good, making them really just, pop on all levels. Joseph says, I agree Winter Soldier and Civil War were good. Unfortunately, this new Cap movie looks very bad. Harrison Ford may have made a bad decision with this one, even though he said he wanted to be part of the MCU. Yeah, I really hate that they have turned Captain America into a racial football. That's the problem with it. They have turned it into a race battle in America because I am of the opinion that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. T'Challa is Black Panther. Not Shuri, T'Challa. T'Challa is Black Panther. And Steve Rogers is Captain America. That's my opinion. That's my experience of these characters as a fan. That's who I came to see. That's who I want to see. Those are the characters. And listen, Miles Morales is fine. He's an he's a good enough character. But so what? Peter Parker's the character I fell in love with. That has nothing to do with race. That has nothing to do with race. But they make it about that, because if you say that I preferred Sam Wilson as Falcon and I preferred Steve Rogers to be Captain America, they turn that into a political wedge issue, and that's the problem with it. It's unfortunate because Anthony Mackie is an excellent actor. I really like the character he plays of Sam Wilson Falcon. I think he grew into a really great character, and I love his friendship, that character's friendship with Steve Rogers. I think that's a really just beautiful part of the storyline, because, it's easy to forget that Captain America is a man who lost everything. He woke up in the future and everyone he loved is gone, right? Peggy Carter is basically on her deathbed in Winter Soldier, and it's terrible, right? Sam is like one character that he encounters that he can relate to, because Sam also is a combat veteran and has seen war and he's familiar with it. So in a way, I love that line in Avengers when Cap is on the helicarrier and they say, wow, this all must seem strange to you. And Steve Rogers looks around at all the soldiers, jogging on the flight deck, and he's like, actually, this feels pretty familiar. We'll see, that's a great line. It's like Captain America, he wants a place that feels like home. And I feel like what was great about Sam Wilson is he connected with him on that level of, like, they had that in common. And so they become these really good friends. Also, Bucky Barnes, he lost a good friend in World War II. And so I'm talking about Winter Soldier, right? I love all of that. Forcing Sam Wilson to become a character that he is not, and then demanding that any fan who doesn't accept him is therefore a racist, destroys all of that. It just destroys it all. And it doesn't help that idiots like Chris Evans are out there running their mouths and supporting this sick narrative. It's a sick narrative. Is it true that Captain America was created at a time when America was dealing with a lot of racism, and it was very unlikely that you would have had a black character in a comic book in the 1940s called Captain America? Yes, that is true. Is that unfortunate? Yes. Is it good that we've moved beyond those kinds of things? Yes. But it doesn't change the fact that the canon character is the canon character. I am all for new characters. I'm all for the existing characters that are... T'Challa needs to be a black dude. That's who he is. That's who he is. He's the king of Wakanda. It would not make sense to cast Ryan Gosling as Black Panther, and I would never support it. It's turning into a boogie stream. Dude, the Mahler coverage on Boogie, it's unbelievable, man. Dude, it'll make you feel better about your life and worse about humanity at the same time. But anyway, so yeah, I hate it. I hate it that wokeness turns everything into a fault line. That's what I hate about it. Everything that we share as people, everything that brings us joy, regardless of race, regardless of ancestry, the woke wacko left can't help but find a way to introduce a fault line, to create a problem where none existed. And that's why I hate this new Captain America movie. I hate it for that reason. I do not hate the characters. I do not hate the actors. I like Sam Wilson. I like Anthony Mackie. I like Captain America as a character. I do not like what they are doing to us as a fan base with this. And it's because, listen, they had a comic book reason for making Bucky the temporary Captain America, which I wouldn't have been wild about that either. I just want Steve Rogers, or like, let's just retire the character and have new ones, right? Anyway. I just think that they were in a box because they had these two characters. They had Bucky Barnes and they had Sam Wilson. And if they had made Bucky Barnes Captain America, the woke wackos would have come for the MCU. So they had to turn it into a race issue because that's who they pander to. It's a very unfortunate situation. Joseph Ritchie says, an unfortunate-looking woman perfectly said. Well, I can't take credit for that, Joseph. That is a quote from this character from Reno 911. He's the chief of police in the Reno Sheriff's Department. It's an old 90s Comedy Central series. Where is he? This character.
Wait, what? I'm just goofing. New boot goofing. Oh!
It's like one of the best characters. It's Lieutenant Jim Dangle. And that's what he's doing a staff meeting in the show, and he's trying to be very delicate because all the cops in the staff meeting, they're all just bagging on this. I don't know if it was like another cop or something, but they're just like, man, she is ugly. Oh, she is hideous. Oh, I don't know how she could ever get a boyfriend. And they're just ripping her to shreds. And then Jim Dangle, who's supposed to be like the most mature leader of the sheriff's department, he's like, well, yeah, it's true. She is a very unfortunate looking woman. She's very unfortunate. It's so funny. It's so I just love that phrase because he's trying to make it better, but he's not making it better. Dude, that show is hilarious. Reno 911 is hilarious. That's such a but that's an oldie. I don't know if anyone even knows that show anymore. Where was I in the chat? Neutron Pack says, also Kill is an Indian movie with no dancing. Well, listen, you know what? I'm not a fan of musicals, but I love Bollywood. I love Tollywood. I really enjoyed the musical numbers in RRR. But also, you know, sometimes not having a musical number is good. So I would say that. But yeah, that's interesting. Dude, I'm telling you, Indian film, Japanese, and Korean cinema are just crushing it. And it's like, it's unbelievable to me that, and I want them to stay, I want them to stay India, South Korea, and Japan. Please do not let these woke wackos destroy your culture and your film and cinema and storytelling the way they've destroyed ours. But yeah, Indian films, there's some real awesome stuff. And why? Because artists are still free to create there. We live in a culture which is becoming a kind of soft censorship state. We live in a soft tyranny of censorship in American art, and it is a censorship governed primarily by radical leftist ideas. And I'm not in favor of either political side governing and look, I'm not interested and any holy rollers that want to tell me that Deadpool is a sinful, awful movie that has, depraved behavior in it, it's like, well, I don't have any time for that either. It's like, if it's not your movie, I understand, totally respect it, don't watch it. But, it's rated R for a reason. Don't bring the kids. That's on you if you do. But I enjoy that sort of thing, and I don't have a problem with it. So I think that's the issue, is you have one side of the culture has turned into a censorship cult, and if they get there, and that stifles creativity, it stifles skill. You can't test boundaries in that environment, and that's, the fact of the matter is, Ryan Reynolds, because I think Marvel is desperate as hell, they gave him a blank check to just do whatever the hell he wanted. Because I'm not saying necessarily budget-wise, but just in terms creative freedom. They just said, yeah, make fun of us, do whatever. I think that was kind of what he was given. Also because they know that Deadpool's not going to be taken quite too seriously in terms of the canon. So I think kind of like Kurtzman accidentally letting Terry Matalas make a season of Star Trek Picard, I think that Kevin Feige, who is a moron, I think in his desperation just let a talented team just do what they do, and it resulted in a great film. So what's great about, fortunately, outside of American cinema is actually a lot of artistic freedom. So I hope it stays that way. Joseph says, woke storytelling feels a lot like storytelling explaining how to do satanic rituals, and that it makes sense when it is completely nonsensical, as you stated, weird. I wouldn't really go that far. I kind of consider that demonizing things. Listen, artists test boundaries. They always have and they always will. And I think sometimes that is misread from the conservative perspective as embracing depravity and evil. Don't get me wrong. The Acolyte is a work of total depravity. I just consider it the work of people that just live in that swamp. They just live in that swamp. There's nothing particularly, intentionally malicious about it, I would say. Never mind. My point is, I just don't like going to extremes on either side. That's just me. But, Starfury with a £2 sterling super chat. And he says... Oh, jeez. Starfury. I should have read that before Well, it's a super chat. I have no choice. I have no choice. I have to put it up. It's a super chat. And with proper British, with the pound sterling, no less. I can't say no to that. He says, towards the crusty sock replacement fund. Jesus. Well, thank you for that super chat, Starfury. I appreciate it. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Wait, what? Deadpool said would definitely go... let's see. Starfury says would definitely go gay for... Oh, Deadpool would definitely go gay for Wolverine. Well, again, I like, as the audience, we don't know. Like, we're kind of guess. Would he not? I think that's what's funny about it. I think that's why it's hilarious, and that's where it should remain as a mystery. Just like I'm saying, with Jack Sparrow. I like that I'm never quite sure whether he's a genius or just lucky. Let that live in mystery and a state of kind of perpetual tension. It's why he's a great character. Now, geez, now not you too, Fu Man Blue. It's $2 for the sock. Oh, no. Oh, what have we done? I'm not saying that that's needed for me. I'm saying that that's what Deadpool told me as an audience member. And that it was funny. And then I said I was going to get my... Oh, damn it. I may have said that. I may have said something I regret. It happens. It's the internet. What can I do? Oh, my God. Oh, dude. The EFAP boogie thing, I can't get it out of it. Dude, that man, his head is... I mean... Good God. The man is like a pathological liar, but with the memory of a goldfish. So he'll literally tell a lie, and then 5 seconds later he'll tell a contradicting lie, and then 5 seconds later he'll revert to the original lie. It's unbelievable. It's quite it's been cracking me up for a while. Joseph says, I agree about canon. Try explaining that to Star Wars fans that are losing all their canon characters and their canons are being rewritten. Millennials want all old canon made to new canon. Not sure I'm following on the last statement there. I definitely agree with you that, like, dude, Star Trek canon has been utterly destroyed by Star Trek Discovery, Strange New Worlds, Picard, all 3 of those shows. Absolutely gutted, and I am a massive Trekkie, or kind of was. Canon matters. What was I saying last stream? I was saying that why is story structure important? Like, why are the rules, so to speak, important? Because, I mean, in theory, isn't art about freedom of expression? Like, yes, it is. But there is a clockwork mechanism to good storytelling. There just is. And it has more to do with us than the story. We as beings are seeking certain things in storytelling, and I think there are patterns in the universe, you know, just like there's colors and there's patterns in nature. There are things that we look for, and things like the hero's journey are innate to us. They are at the genetic level. There's a reason why story structure is what it is. Why is it so important? Well, because if the plot does not have consistency, if it does not have a logical progression that makes sense, then the story is meaningless. And there's no reason for it to exist, such as The Acolyte, a show that is too stupid to exist without the name Star Wars. It can't exist without it. It needs that name because it's not a story. It is not a story. It is a mishmash of totally out of context and incongruent, inconsistent plot details, which do not make any logical sense when put together. It's a complete mess. It's a complete mess. Well, why does that matter? I mean, well, just enjoy the lightsabers. Well, it matters because if you don't have a consistent story, then there's no truthfulness to it. There's no authenticity. Everything you just watched had no meaning. You can't suspend disbelief. Like, that's the problem. In a story, you must be able to suspend disbelief. The illusion must become reality. That can only happen if we believe the illusion. Think about a magic trick, right? What's the thing? I love what Pete Holmes said. Pete Holmes, the comedian. He's like, the problem with being a magician is it's the only form of performance art in which the entire audience is trying to ruin it for themselves, which is pretty funny. It's like, have you taken a moment to be grateful you're not a magician today? Because he's like, it's terrible. It's terrible. At least as a comedian, there's an autonomic response that people have that they can't fake it. Like, if something's funny, you will laugh because you have to. It's a physical reaction that you have. Magic doesn't have that, right? He's like, so the problem with magic is there's no baked-in autonomic response to when you're enjoying it. You know? Like, oh, magic! Magic! That's... Anyway. You don't have that. And the entire audience is trying to figure it out, which is... so they're trying to ruin it for it. It's not really magic. We all know that. But what it is it's an illusion that temporarily... we can't explain it other than magic. I mean, we know it's not, but it looks like magic, right? Well, the key to that is we don't know how it works. We don't know but it follows a logical story progression. The film, The Prestige, the Christopher Nolan film, The Prestige, is all about that. And the word prestige means the final piece of a magic act. It's a 3-act structure. I forget what the 3 pieces of it. What are the Prestige? The 3 parts of magic. I gotta get a refresher on this. Okay, first comes the pledge. The magician shows you something relatively ordinary, like a dove. Second is the turn. The magician takes the dove and makes it do something extraordinary, like disappear. But that's not enough for you to enjoy the magic trick. That's the whole point of the film, The Prestige. It's a great film, right? One more piece is required because the fact that it disappeared doesn't really get us that excited because we know it was a trick and we're just trying to figure out how the trick was done. What you have to have is the third piece, which is the prestige. The magician tops that disappearance and makes the dove reappear, right? Whoa, where did that... So it's kind of like a twist. So it adds one additional layer that changes your perception of reality. See, you were looking over here when you should have been looking over there, right? That's the whole point. Now, the whole thesis of that film is that every magic trick, without exception, must have these three things. Any trick that's missing one of those three pieces is boring, and it doesn't work, and it's a failure. Right? Because the trick, you can't suspend disbelief unless you have the pieces, right? That's the purpose. That's why objectively, storytelling must follow a structure, not exactly, but it must follow a structure that is logical at its core. It doesn't have to appear. The story doesn't have to appear logical. Stories can be very wacky. One Piece is a great example. One Piece live action. It's a very bananas, oddball world, but the underpinnings of the story are very logical and structured. It's an excellent hero story. Has to be there, or we won't suspend disbelief, and it's meaningless. Canon is exactly the same thing. If we cannot trust that what Qui-Gon Jinn was saying about the birth of Anakin being a virgins in the Force and a virgins, we must find the virgins in the Force. If we cannot trust that Anakin's birth as the Chosen One was super important, right? Because later you're going to tell us that that wasn't the case, even though the story clearly established that it was. Well, you've changed the nature of the story and you've broken trust. You've broken the illusion. You've pulled away the turn, or you've pulled away the prestige from the magic trick. Canon is vital to every story ever. You know, I often used to hear this in, like, writers' groups meetings, right? You'd be sitting there with other writers, critiquing each other's work, and a lot of writers would get hung up on the quote, is it realistic? I used to say this as a kid. I'd be, oh, that movie wasn't realistic. And then I started studying, like, film criticism, like, not film criticism, but film analysis, right? Story structure, film structure, that sort of thing. And I was exposed to the idea of, like, essentially no film is realistic. Every film, even if it's based on a true story, it's basically like a documentary, it is still an illusion. And it is still an approximation, a simulation of reality. So there's actually there's no such thing as realism in a story. What you're looking for is, to use a very snooty, intellectual $6 word, verisimilitude, which just means authenticity. Does it seem plausible? Does it feel real? Can I suspend disbelief within this world and believe this is happening? Canon is about establishing that basis. Because canon is not really necessary in a film like Remember the Titans, which is about a high school football team. Well, we already live in a world with high schools and football teams, and we already understand all of that. So the canon is our world, right? In a fictional fantasy world, you must have canon because you must build the world. The world doesn't exist. The world of Westeros is not a real place. So in order for us to believe it's a real place, we must have canon. Hollywood wackos, they don't understand this. Lucasfilm people under Disney, they don't understand this. They've lost this perspective, and it's a shame. It's a damn shame. Joseph says that was hilarious. I agree with you, though I can't remember to what you were referring, but I'm certain that you are correct. Joseph says, I gave Wolverine movie a 4 out of 5 because I didn't enjoy the cameos except for, spoiler alert, Blade, which was fantastic, by the way. Wesley Snipes should have shaved the goatee, though. I disagree. I disagree totally with that, Joseph. I loved it. It was perfect. He had a crispy, like gravelly voice. He had like a streak of gray in the beard. That was fantastic. dude, Wesley, I'm kind of amazed, quite frankly. I kind of expected Wesley Snipes by this point would be sort of like Harrison Ford or Patrick Stewart or any of these other old actors that, I'm sorry to say, man, they sound like they're struggling, man. There's like, well, Ralphie, I am Admiral Jean-Luc Picard. Or you've got Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, when he's just like, oh, I'm Harrison Ford. I'm glad you came out to see this movie. It's like, oh my God, they sound like they're on death's door. But Wesley Snipes, man, he sounded great. He could definitely be, like, I think, make a Blade movie with Wesley Snipes like today. He could do it, man. Just kind of an older, kind of grizzled. I'm not saying like he's passing the torch or he's out to pasture. He's just an older, crispier Blade, and he would be great. He was fantastic in the movie. So yeah, you said other cameos, I wasn't impressed. Well, without saying who it was, I would say they were fun. They were all fun cameos, and they were kind of clever. It's like, yeah, that was clever. I like what you did there. I will say there is definitely one cameo that was like, I didn't... there's that line in Office Space, right, when the bureaucrats they're analyzing the team for like inefficiencies, and they're interviewing all the employees, right? And they start the interview with, "Hi there, Sally. What would you say you do here?" Which is kind of this passive-aggressive corporate doublespeak for, it seems like you don't really serve a purpose here. Do you think we could fire you? That's basically what they're asking. What would you say you do here? I kind of felt that way about one of the cameos in, and maybe in spoilers we'll talk about it, but I kind of had that feeling. It's like, what would you say you do here in this movie? But anyway, yeah, on that note, let's check out something just for fun. It was in the Discord. By the way, there is a link to our Discord community. Join it! We'll have fun there. In fact, Redoubt Productions is there. Said I should be home by 6 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully, I get to hear your thoughts on Twisters. Then I can declare shenanigans on them in chat. Why Redoubt? That's coming up shortly, so. Okay, but what am I looking for? Somebody posted this. Who posted this? I think that's you, Anthony. I think you go by Dow on Discord. You found me the Rebel Moon director's cut. Just the concept of it makes me laugh. The concept of it is funny. Zack Snyder's cut of Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. Dude, the ego of this man. It's unbelievable, man. Listen, I just... like, I'll never get over. Zack Snyder goes on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he basically works out the number. He's doing all this mental math, right? He's just like, well, you see, they said that there was like a billion views on Netflix. And that means that I would have, what did he say? It was like 300 million views or something like that. And he's like, and if you work that out with box office prices, that means that Rebel Moon made $1.8 billion, which is a pretty successful film. And I was like, no, it didn't, bro. They are feeding you bullshit. Like, that's not how that works. So yeah, I think it's hilarious. The ego of it. But let's check out this trailer, shall we? Share screen. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, I discovered a new way to do this. It's way better. You just tell your browser to share this instead. Wait, no, I've got that. Okay, here. Yeah, share this tab. Cool. Present. Yeah, here we go. I'm not going to upvote it or downvote it yet. I just want to let it play. I might upvote it if it's really, really bad.
Go dig my grave.
I can't do this. I can't even with this guy. No, is this real? This isn't like a fan thing or anything. Wait a minute. Rebel Moon doesn't even have hate watchers, really, except for me. Except for oddballs like me. There's really nobody. Okay, anyway, this is a very serious story. She's so stunning. She's so pretty. What is... Dude. Oh, my God. Glossy garbage is how Richard Roper once described Sucker Punch, which was one of Zack Snyder's early films. Complete garbage. Just garbage. But very pretty, very sexy to look at, right? Here's another situation, right? That you have this robot played, but this is not the one. But there is a robot in the film played by Anthony Hopkins. He looks kind of cool, does nothing. He's never in the movie. When he's in the movie, he does almost nothing really interesting. He's got nothing to contribute to the story. Here's another robot. I look at this character, okay? And just in isolation, this looks cool. But you know something? A good AI artist could generate this. This is an AI art film. This is an AI art image right here. Looks really cool. I guarantee you there is nothing interesting about this character. There is nothing coherent about why this robot is here. Or is it armor? No, dude, that's the engine core. This is in the coal boiler room, by the way, of the ship. That's the trapped collie god that runs the ship and eats coal. I gotta make sure I'm not getting any warnings here. And on my breath. There's almost no part of this film that's in regular motion. This is every action scene. A snow white dog to tell this world that I died for love. Oh my God, how long is this? This is interminable. It's just like watching these things. It just keeps going and going. Why is all this woeful singing? You know what kills me about this? Let's take one concept in this film for a second and just analyze it, right? None of this is established in the film, right? So you won't understand any of this from the film. But in the Wikipedia page, which I'm sure Zack Snyder, as you know, the Snyder Bros have just put that together, whipped it up for him. Apparently, there's script notes or something that they used for this. In the wiki of Rebel Moon, it establishes that creature that powers the ship is a enslaved Kali god. Kali is how they spell it. Okay. What is that? Well, I don't know. I don't know who enslaved it, how long ago, where did they come from, how were they enslaved, why were they enslaved? I don't know. Like, there's no answers to any of that. But that's my point. There might be something kind of interesting there. Why not just lead into it as okay, it's not a science fiction universe. It is a fantasy space universe, a fantasy space opera, okay? Decide, Zach, what your aesthetic is. Is your aesthetic a kind of Renaissance? Is it ancient Greece? Is it World War I? Is it steampunk? Like, what is this? If it's, I mean, it would still be kind of stupid, but if it were steampunk space, at least stick to that, okay? But if we could actually have a story behind what are these gods? Are they actual gods, or are they just believed to be gods? How were they defeated? Why are they needed? I mean, listen, Dune is able to do this with, like, the spice, and you need the Bene Gesserit. All the lore is there. So what I'm saying is there are elements of Rebel Moon that have potential. He just doesn't... None of them are developed, and that's the problem. Stop introducing all these characters and just tell us a story. Just scale it down and just tell us one story with a few of these concepts, with maybe some hints at the larger ideas on the periphery, but within the lane that we're in, we know exactly what we need to know. And this could work. Unfortunately, that is not the case.
Oh Lord,
It's gonna be gorier. Dude, if you have not seen Critical Drinker's breakdown of that, regicide scene, it is unbelievable. It's so good. You know what? I think he might have changed that. He might have changed that after the criticism. Who knows? Who knows if that was really the case? But okay, so they show they're not shoveling coal. Dude, this is it. This is the coal-fired room where they're shoveling coal into the boiler to power the ship. This is how they power interstellar space travel, okay? But in the Red Band trailer, these are all like skeletons and skulls. Now, here's my theory. He's trying to imply that the corpses of enemies or something, or souls or something, are what they are feeding this god, and that's what makes it run. But then, if it feeds on the dead, why is it enslaved? Wouldn't it be sort of happy? I don't know. He's clearly stealing from Warhammer 40,000 badly. I could almost respect it if he were sort of lifting things from 40,000 but doing it well. He's doing Warhammer 40,000 very, very badly here. But I'm wondering, did he hear all the criticism about his coal-fired interstellar spaceship and decide, oh, no, those are the bodies of the slain. That's what it is. It's fantasy. Lazy. What the? What?
At least I die on the side of honor.
Is there still such a thing?
This is a trailer for a movie, Zach, that you did not make. It just, you did not make whatever this is representing. That is not the film that you made. I'm sorry to tell you. He wants too many things. That's the problem with Zach. He wants way too many things. He wants this kind of sweeping, salt-of-the-earth epic about farmers defending their land. Also, he wants this kind of fantasy, like mortals versus gods, kind of Valkyries and Titans and all that. He wants a kind of Greek myth level of it. He wants this kind of World War I steampunk. He also kind of wants this Roman tale of like regicide and royal betrayal. And then it's like he wants all these things. And it's like, Zach, you can't have all of these things in one film. It's confusing. There's no consistency of tone. There might be one of these angles that would kind of work. Like, pick one of these 7 angles. Like, and then in this Red Band trailer, he seems to be kind of wanting to go full-blown, like, dark anime. Like Berserk anime, where there's all kinds of creepy, weird tentacle sex going on. He's kind of into that now. And it's like, dude, look, you gotta pick a lane, Zach. You gotta pick a lane. I don't know how much more of this I can endure. On August 2nd. No, what? No! You did not just say that! They literally just said Zack Snyder's true vision? What? Then what were we watching for 6 hours? 6 hours of slow motion harvesting grain. Dude, he's literally doing it. They're literally leaning into the meme. It's the Snyder cut of Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. What? I cannot believe the hubris of this. It's unbelievable. God, this is one of the most overproduced pieces of trash I have ever seen. It is the pinnacle. It is the pinnacle of like overproduced nothing. Just
Their wrath will be my vengeance.
there, I'm telling you, there is possibility there. There is possibility there. I don't understand why he's so incapable of making anything out of all these concepts. Where did he get all these concepts? Like, what was he thinking? He's not a writer. I think that's a problem with Zach. I think he's a director. He has a style. He has a voice as a creative. A lot of people think it sucks. Okay, maybe, maybe not. Sometimes it works really well. I really love Watchmen. I really love 300. I mostly liked Man of Steel. Yes, wrong tone for the character of Superman, but mostly I liked it. There's a lot about Man of Steel I like a lot. Batman v Superman is the worst superhero film ever made. Zack Snyder's Justice League, there's a lot I like and a lot I don't like about it. Sucker Punch is crap. But he has a style. He has a voice as a creative. And he has thoughts. He has thoughts about things. Like he wants this kind of creepy, enslaved god. I'm kind of intrigued by this. I'm intrigued by it.
Their wrath will...
God, she's going to be a total girl boss, though. That's what it is. I am an enslaved woman, and I want to smash the patriarchy. That's what that is. Don't you doubt it. Don't you doubt it. Yeah, there it is. I mean, I'm not wild about fantasy space opera. It's not my thing. Star Wars is the closest to that I've ever gotten. But there's possibility here. But you need a writer. You need someone who understands how to tell a story, Zach. You need somebody who understands how to take these ideas. These are ideas. That's really what Rebel Moon is. It's a bunch of ideas. Some of them kind of interesting. Some of them a little bit melodramatic and over the top. But if you had a talented writer who could then drill down and focus on the nuts and bolts of the character-driven tale, this might have potential. So I think the biggest problem with Zack Snyder is he's not aware of what he's good at and what he's bad at. And there are worse sins to be guilty of. It's just strange. It's strange that Netflix throws obscene amounts of money at the guy. Obscene amounts of money at terrible creatives. But at least Netflix, they get on the board. They get on the board once in a while. You can't fault them for that. So I'm not going to I'm not going to watch Rebel Moon. I cannot do the Snyder cut of Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. I cannot sit through that. I could barely sit through that trailer. Jeez. It was 2 minutes. It might as well have been 2 hours. God, it's so slow. So slow. Anyway. I can't just look at it, though. I just had to see. Joseph says, I'd watch a Blade movie with Snipes. I just don't know what the story would be and what supporting cast you would bring in. Well, I'm being a little bit facetious here, but I would say he kills vampires. No, what I would do is, how about, like, he's an older Snipes. I have not seen the Snipes Blade movies in a long time, so I'm kind of fuzzy on the basic storyline. You know what I would kind of do? I would kind of do, like, something similar to the tone and style of, like, True Detective Season 1. With an older Blade who's mentoring a younger vampire hunter who is male. Oh, you hate women! You don't want women in stories! I'm like, no, I think it would be interesting. It would be interesting to have a male teacher and a male mentee. He's tutoring a new... And what's interesting about that is no Hollywood creative right now would consider that. Ever. Ever. Men are not allowed to have stories anymore where there is a mentor and a mentee. It's just not allowed anymore. And this is why. This is why it's so hard for them to create interesting things right now, because they are locked. They are locked in. They are goose stepping to an ideology which is dull, short-sighted, narrow-minded, and frankly lacks vision. It lacks vision in all things. The character of Korra in Rebel Moon is the most lazy, boring kind of girl boss. I like to say she's vintage. She's vintage girl boss because it's like Zack Snyder stepped out of a time. He stepped out of cryogenic stasis. And he was put in the deep freeze 10 years ago when girl bosses like Furiosa were on the rise. And he thinks that's new. And it's like, Zach, this is a 10-year-old girl boss trope. This isn't even current day girl boss. She should be a lot more lesbian, and she should be a lot more mean, quite frankly. And she should be more praised for it. Dude, I like she murders medics. She murders medics in Rebel Moon, and she's a hero. Whatever. But anyway. What would I do for a Blade? I think that's one way to get at it. Or how about he's just kind of aging? He's getting too old for this shit. I think that would be kind of cool. Like Lethal Weapon 4, I think it was, with Jet Li was fantastic. And it was basically Marta and Riggs. They're kind of starting to age out, but they still go on one more adventure. I don't think you have to reinvent the wheel with it. But yeah, I might suggest... I have to watch the original the first couple of films again, but just have him be old, have him be grizzled, have him be kind of losing faith in what he's doing. And part of his mission is to rediscover his fire a little bit. And, you know, kind of like Rocky 3, maybe, is a good analogy of what I'm talking about. Rocky 3 is all about how Rocky has been winning for so long that he's gone soft, and he's started to get complacent, and then Clubber Lang comes along and played by Mr. T and kicks his ass and nearly kills him. And he's got to go back to basics. He's got to go back to the old school. That's one way to get at it. Frankly, Rocky 4 is pretty fantastic. Rocky is in his absolute prime. His absolute prime. And he is at the absolute top of the boxing world in Rocky 4. Along comes Ivan Drago, who is the Russian at the peak of Cold War tensions. And he is meant to be the ultimate pinnacle male created by Mother Russia. And he is undefeatable. He is a machine. And, like, basically he is meant to humiliate the United States and to show that the United States is weak and its men are weak and can't stand up to the new modern Russian male, right? The modern Russian ideal. And Apollo Creed, played by the late and great Carl Weathers, may he rest in peace, he has kind of been out to pasture for a while and decides that this is his opportunity to stand up for the country he loves. He's deeply patriotic. Remember that? You remember that? He was deeply patriotic, and he decides he wants to fight Ivan Drago and prove him wrong. And I love how Rocky tries to talk him out of it because it's so dangerous. He's like, you haven't boxed in a long time. You know, you could get killed. But then Apollo says, Rocky, you're my friend. I need your support here. And Rocky decides to back him because he can't turn his back on his friend. And Apollo gets killed. He gets killed by Ivan Drago in the ring, and it's horrifying. And it establishes in the beginning of the film that this is a threat unlike anything that not only Rocky has ever faced, but honestly, any American boxer has ever faced. Frankly, our best may not be good enough, is the clear message at the beginning of the film. And Rocky decides he must defeat Ivan Drago, and he must do it the American way, and he must do it for America, but most importantly, he must do it to avenge. He must avenge Apollo Creed. That film is brilliant. I love Rocky IV. It's a great movie, man. It's my favorite Rocky film. It really is. Is it the best Rocky film? No, the first one is the best. But it is my favorite Rocky film because, man, what a great superhero story it is. And the point is that Rocky is himself getting older. And even though he's at the top of his game, he just watched another amazing boxer who he almost couldn't beat, that would be Apollo, get killed. So the stakes couldn't be higher. Rocky couldn't have more to lose. And what's so interesting is that nobody kind of believes he can do it, and he doesn't even necessarily know if he can do it. He just has to. He just has to. And that's what's so awesome about it. I think you could get at an older Blade the same way. Just have it be that Blade is awesome, and he's been kicking ass for years, and something new comes along. And this time, it might be the death of him. Wesley Snipes could kill the shit out of that role. Like, he could just absolutely rock that role. He was awesome in Deadpool and Wolverine. He was just great. Now, it wasn't a lot of him, because it's a cameo, but fantastic. Could work. Could definitely work. What else we got? I saw Redoubt Productions is in the chat. I have arrived in the nick of time for the best part of the evening. Yeah, we'll talk about Twisters, Redoubt, since you arrived. What's this knockoff Wayfaring Strangers song? Yeah, Zach has a very high opinion of the level of intense drama in Rebel Moon, and it's really sad. It's so sad. I really, dude, I'm embarrassed for him, you know? It's like, God, he doesn't, how does he not see what he failed to make here? I really feel bad for the guy. I know that's weird. It's, I just do. Call it a professional courtesy. Joseph says, thanks for a great chat. Have a good evening. Well, thanks for showing up, Joseph. Good to have you here. And, awesome, as always. Great conversation. And there he goes. Redoubt says, did they not just spend a year promoting Rebel Moon as being Snyder uncut? They did, Redoubt. You caught that, did you? And now they're saying it's the Snyder Cut. It's the Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut of the Snyder Cut. It's getting very incestuous. Star Fury says, Rebel Moon, Snyder Light, Rebel Moon 0. I would take a Blade movie where he is mentioning his Daywalker daughter. This would get over the issue of her ability to fight on an equal footing to males if they wanted to girl boss this shit. I'm tired of that too, quite frankly. I'm tired. I'm tired of, like, it's always got to be a daughter. It's always got to be a female next generation. I'm not... badass babes are awesome. There is one in Twisters, and we're going to talk about that in just a second. So I'm not against it, but yeah, it's running a little thin right now. It's running a little thin. But Blade would still kick his daughter's ass. Look... The problem with the girl boss is what it has always been. They must be flawed characters and have to earn their success. And if you did that well, it would work. It would be great. And I wouldn't... It's not that I'm opposed to it. It's that every single, like, movie now, it's got to be. It's just got to be a girl. It's got to be a daughter. Which is just as bad as the opposite. It's just as bad as every single movie. It's got to be a male. It's always got to be a male. No, it doesn't. It doesn't always have to be. And that's the problem that I have with it. It's like, it's boring. It's gotten boring. But Blade would still kick his daughter's ass, says Star Fury. Well, yes, just as he should still kick the ass of his male mentor. Or male mentee. Like, if he's mentoring a young man... I should expect the same thing, that he's still the GOAT because the GOAT is the GOAT. And that's just how it is. And that's the issue. I mean, that's the real problem with a passing of the torch is you must respect the legacy characters. Star Trek Picard Season 3 did this very well. Picard Season 3 works precisely because the young generation that they introduced, that would be Sidney LaForge and Alana LaForge and Jack Crusher, who make a great trio, by the way. They're great characters when they're working together. I like that. I love that a lot, right? They work well because they are learning from the OG group. They are learning from the legacy characters. The legacy characters are respected. Like, there's a great scene in Picard Season 3 when the young crowd decide to go behind their parents' and elders' backs and steal a Klingon cloaking device and install it on the Titan. And they know that Picard and the gang won't approve of this, and certainly Geordi, who runs the museum where it is, won't approve of this. So they go behind his back, and Sydney and Jack Crusher and Alana, they all try to install it, and they're doing pretty well. They have a lot of skill, but then something goes wrong. There's some kind of overload, cascade, or whatever, and they can't fix it. And they start to panic. They're like, I don't know. And Sydney, who is a brilliant engineer, learned from her father. She's very talented, admits, I don't know how to fix this. And then there's a great payoff. In comes Geordie LaForge, who's been very disapproving up to this point. He says, but I can. And then Geordie LaForge works his miracle, and he fixes it. It was great. It was a fantastic scene, and it was a perfect illustration of how Star Wars could have done this. With Luke, Han, and Leia, Star Wars could have done that, right? But you would have had to first respect the elders. That's what you would have had to do. And then you could have built up Rey, Finn, and Poe to be the characters that we needed them to be, which is, you know, accepting the torch, but they still have to learn. They still have to learn, and they still have to pay their respects.
They gotta pay their respects to the family.
Star Fury's out. Says, good evening, everyone. Oh, well, goodbye, Star Fury. It's good to see you. You missed this. Yeah, he won't see me take a drink from my athletic water bottle. Can take a sip in peace. Redoubt says, everyone I know is talking about Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm the only one over here trying to figure out how I make a real-life Tyler Owens Dodge Ram complete with roll cage. Yes! Yeah, let's talk about Twisters. And we'll start by talking about Twister. Twister came out in 1996, which means I was 13 years old when that came out. And I remember the ads for it. I remember all the pictures. I was a nerd. I am a nerd. And when I was a kid at the school book fair, the kind of books I had to have were books about volcanoes and the solar system and things like that. So I was fascinated by like nature, and the natural disasters were super interesting to me. And I'll never forget the original poster for Twister was super cool. It was that's right. When I was little, I would watch The Wizard of Oz, and the tornado scene in the beginning scared the freaking hell out of me. Dorothy running from the tornado scared the hell out of me. It was terrifying. It was literally like a monstrous entity from hell. And that's how I perceived it as a kid. The tornado was the natural disaster equivalent of a monster. And let's face it, they still are. They are a terrifying phenomenon of nature. One of many, but one of the worst, in my opinion. Like Star Fury, they're out there. You never know when they might strike. Now, the poster for the original Twister was just reminiscent of like the Wizard of Oz and that malevolence of it. You just see the Twister, you see some character, a bunch of bunch of dust and the funnel, but you see a couple of people running from it in terror. And that was cool. And I went and saw the movie, and I remember just enjoying the hell out of it. And it was one of my favorite films as a kid. A lot of people around the internet are kind of saying, yeah, but it was dopey and silly, and it was cheesy, but I like it. And I was thinking, I don't remember it being cheesy. I don't remember it being super dopey, but I was 13, and that was also when like Independence Day came out, and I loved that. And you look back on that, it was pretty cheesy. So I watched it again. I watched Twister again. And I gotta tell you, a couple of the opening moments of the film, I busted out laughing. And it was mostly because the music by Alan Silvestri is so 90s. Dude, Twister, if you want to know, like, what is the quintessential 80s movie? Like, what's the quintessential 80s movie? Something like Footloose or 16 Candles or Back to the Future is kind of a good one, but E.T., like those are your quintessential 80s movies, right? Ferris Bueller's Day Off, right? Classic 80s. If you want a classic 90s era movie, that is Twister. Like Twister is the way people dress, the way it was back when like that was when women were starting to have a lot more like less damsel in distress and a lot more like taking charge kind of roles. However, the men were also still in roles where they were in charge, and there was sexual tension between the men and women in those movies. And also, both characters had something to bring to the table. Like the women were tough, but they also were still human. They weren't these ridiculous, implausible girl bosses that had zero flaws and everything they do is right because screw the patriarchy. There was none of that baggage, right? but it was right on that like turning point where you're starting to see a lot more women as professionals, as leaders, as like, you know, tough girls. Now there were plenty of those in the 80s, right? But it was becoming more common in the 90s. And particularly like the character Terry Hatcher's Lois Lane in like Lois and Clark is a great example of this. She was very typical of 90s era female characters. They were often Scully. Dana Scully of the X-Files is a classic 90s era female character. She's a professional. She's in a dangerous job. You know, she's an expert. By the way, I'm not complaining. I'm saying I love these characters. These are great characters. What's interesting about Twister is it's just right in that zone of 90s era movies. And so I started laughing because one of the things about 90s movies is they were very overly dramatic in the music at times. They just had this sweeping epic music. And so I start laughing because what are they doing? They're chasing weather. But as the movie starts to go on, you know, it starts to pull me in again. And then I get about halfway through the movie and I'm like thinking, this is such a silly movie. But at the same time, I care about these characters, and at the same time, even though the effects are definitely looking a bit dated now, like the Twisters they're frightening. Like they're frightening and they're kind of amazing to watch. And by the end of the film, the final set piece of the film, the final act of Twister, I'm like, that's a damn good movie. It is a damn good movie, and it really pulled me in again by the end, and I was like, no, it's not a cheesy. It's got a little cheesiness in it. I think that's because it's a little dated, and the concept takes a little buying into in the beginning. But the great thing about well-done characters and well-done storytelling is it has a way of tugging on your heartstrings and pulling you in. Here's a couple of things that are really brilliant about the first Twister film, okay? First of all, it's a very tight story. It's very well executed. Bill Paxton is fantastic. May he rest in peace. Bill Paxton is an actor I miss greatly. He was very underrated in his time. He kind of played a lot of secondary characters back in the day. This was one of the few movies where he's like the leading man. And I'm like, damn, I forget how good of an actor he was. He's so great in that movie. He's a little bit cheesy, but he's also got this edge. He's got this adventure-seeking, thrill-seeking side of him, but he's suppressing it. In the beginning of the film, he's a man who has decided to like go legit. Like he's not a wild man anymore. He's not out there chasing storms anymore. He's going to be a meteorologist. He's going to be on TV, and he's got a very buttoned-up professional wife who's a therapist, and he's decided he's putting aside all those childish things, and he's going to be an adult. And all he needs is for his ex-wife, who is still very much a thrill-seeking storm chaser, played by, who is freaking gorgeous, Helen Hunt. It's like, I remember how I felt about her when I was 13, all of a sudden. But in any case, Helen Hunt, who is very sexy in this movie. It's like, damn, I missed that. I missed that when women were sexy in movies. It was great. And she is very much still a storm-chasing character, but it's so funny because, like, you know, in the modern environment, you are not allowed to have female characters that are like this anymore. So it was kind of striking because the issue is Bill Paxton's character wants to get her to sign their divorce papers so he can marry his new girlfriend. And it's implied that, like, they loved each other, but they just couldn't make it work because they're both too crazy, is kind of the idea. She is kind of carefully avoiding, she's always kind of busy doing something else. She won't sign the papers, right? Because she still loves him. And that's the idea. But she won't admit it. And they kind of fight and snipe at each other. But they have this playful little battle of the sexes, battle of the exes kind of thing going on. But and she won't say it outright, but she's still in love with him. And she won't sign the papers. And that's what, and while that's happening, all these tornadoes are touching down. She's on this project to try and study them. She wants to get his idea of Dorothy to work, and that hooks him in because he just can't resist it. This is kind of one of those unfinished things that he wants to finish, and so him and his new girlfriend, they all get hooked into this quest to deploy Dorothy in order to get a better storm detection system. So why am I re-explaining the plot of Twister? Well, because it's a lot of fun, because the whole thrust of the film is that they have these very feelings for each other, Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton's character, and they kind of rediscover why they love as the story progresses. And along the way, they batter, they get drenched with rain, they have to stop all this falling debris. It feels, the amazing about this film is the feeling of adventure, the feeling of sexiness, the feeling of, I love how Helen Hunt she's a brilliant scientist, she's in command, she's a thrill seeker, but I want you to notice something. A lot of that movie, Bill Paxton is driving. I know, folks, I know. A lot of that movie, he's driving the truck, and he insists on it. And there's even a fight in the movie. You want to drive? No, I want to drive. Well, I'll drive. It's pretty hilarious. You know, it's like a tale as old as time. Now, they're both in charge, but it's interesting how he takes the lead a lot, and she likes it. She likes it when he's driving. She likes it when he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, which is being a storm-chasing leader. It's fantastic. And along the way, you wind up in this thrill-seeking adventure, and there's a lot of authenticity in the original Twister film in relation to, like, these storms are dangerous. Like, this isn't actual, like, this is frightening, and it should be. And I really like that. I really like that the film leans into that, and it makes it feel real. So it's like a 90-minute Dodge Ram commercial. Both films are kind of like that. So now I would say it's interesting. As always, I was trying to classify this in the Blake Snyder genres. And actually, Blake Snyder has, in his Save the Cat Goes to the Movie, he actually defines it as a dude with a problem story, the original Twister. He calls it a dude with a problem, and it's a nature-driven problem, right? I actually don't agree. I don't agree that it's a dude with a problem story. I actually think it is... I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I think it's a Golden Fleece story, because a Golden Fleece story is about a road trip, and it's about pursuing a prize that has a primal value to the characters. And there's a team that goes with our heroes to get the prize. And the prize, in the case of the first Twister film, is the data. They want to deploy Dorothy, and that's the whole driving premise of the film. They want to study a tornado so that they can save lives and prevent them. And it creates, without being too outlandish, a pretty real basis for the stakes in the film. Because here's the problem with Twisters as a concept. I actually don't think it works as a dude with a problem story, because Twisters they're too fast, right? Like, how do you turn something like one tornado wiping out a town? It's hard to make an entire movie out of that. So you need a reason for the characters to chase the tornadoes. But if the reason is just that they're thrill seekers, that's actually not tense enough, because the audience is going to constantly be thinking the whole movie, well, okay, I get that you're thrill seekers and I get that you love doing this, but if it really does get too dangerous, you can just stop doing it. That's the problem. That's why the monster in the house genre has to have a house, right? The house is what? The house and the monster in the house is a confined space. Now, the house can be a house, or it can be a city. It can be a family, such as in The Conjuring, the house is the family. Or in the film Poltergeist, the house is the family, because the ghost follows them. Or it can be the whole planet, as in the case of Independence Day, which is a monster in the house story, in which the whole planet is the house. Now, what is the house? The house is a confined space you cannot escape. You have to defeat the monster in the house, or you're going to die. That's it. Without the house, you can't have it, because you can't have an effective horror movie, because it means you could easily escape. And that was my problem with Five Nights with Freddy's. Problem with Five Nights with Freddy's is, and no disrespect, the Freddy's fans are crazy. They'll come after me for this. I like the film. But I had the feeling that the character could just leave Freddy's and not come back, and that sort of killed some of the tension for me. That's the problem with Twister. You need a reason that the audience will agree with for them to continue putting themselves in peril over and over again, and in worse peril every time. And I think the stakes of Dorothy and getting the data for the Twisters works pretty well for that. So that's why I say it's a Golden Fleece story. I might be wrong on this, though, because essentially one of the hallmark things of a Golden Fleece story is the road trip. So Frodo and Sam have to go to Mount Doom. Or Indiana Jones has to go to Egypt, right, to find the clue to the Ark of the Covenant, right? So there's a road trip involved. I would argue that they're always on the road in the Twisters films, but maybe that doesn't quite fit the rules, but that's what I'm going to say. Now, Twisters also is fairly effective as a disaster film. I have to say, I really enjoyed this film a lot, and I felt it was fairly close to the quality and fun and intimidation factor of the first film. And I'm just going to tell you right now, Glenn Powell, he is fantastic in this movie. He is born to be a leading man. He just is. He's got massive star power. I think he's going to go very far. I think he's going to be in a lot. I'm telling you, he would make a great Star Trek captain. Glenn Powell would be a phenomenal Star Trek captain. Why can't we have this happen with Terry Matalas writing it? It would be it would save Star Trek. But whatever. We can't have nice things. Anyway, he plays this kind of macho cowboy YouTuber who chases storms for a living, but he's also intelligent, and he studied at MIT, and he kind of is a rival to the main character, Kate, and she's the protagonist of the film. What I like about it is that they establish the exact same stakes that we have in the first film, which is they are on a quest to get data that will save lives. And I think that's the only way these films can work. And I'm going to get into more of my thoughts. I got to grab some coffee. So I'm going to put on the BRB screen, and I'll be right back, and we'll get into more of Twisters. But I have a lot of thoughts on this. Hang on. Where is it? Where is my BRB? Back here on the Captain's Cast live on YouTube, X, and the green platform. I don't know why all the YouTubers aren't saying the name anymore. I'm just going to trust them because they have more subscribers than me, and they seem to know what the algorithm wants, so there you go. But there it is. So check us out. Like the stream if you're enjoying it. And on the replay, don't forget, I am putting chapters. I'm putting chapters in the replay after every episode in the description. I'm putting them in the description because, you know, I realize 5 hours of nerding out on Star Trek lore may not be everybody's bag. So you can just skip to the part that you enjoy. So thanks for being here, everybody. Coffee in mid-afternoon. Are you planning for a long night? Says Redoubt. I'm a bit insane. Let's just face it. I probably won't have too much, but I love coffee. I would drink coffee at all hours of the day if I could get away with it. I kind of can. I'm adapted enough to coffee that I really can usually sleep after I've had. I can't overdo it, but I can usually sleep after I've had coffee late in the evening. Oh, that is fantastic. As Captain Catherine Janeway once said, coffee, the finest organic suspension ever invented by man. It truly is. What would I do without it? I drink it black with a little bit of monk fruit sweetener. No milk, no cream, none of that. Just coffee for me. Just coffee for the captain. Now, where was I with Twisters? So, yeah, now I was classifying what Twisters would be, and it's kind of interesting. I thought it was going to be kind of a Golden Fleece story, but then we got all the way to the end, and I realized it's a superhero film. Twisters is a superhero film, and the superhero in question is Kate. What I would say, Twisters is absolutely a spiritual sequel. It is not a reboot. It is not a, what's the word, requel? What the hell is a requel? I gotta refresh my memory. Requel. A requel is a reboot sequel that revisits the subject matter of a franchise or movie, but is not a remake or a linear continuation. This, I don't think this is a requel, meaning it doesn't fit in. I literally think you can watch Twister, and this film, Twisters, is what happened 20-some years, 25 years later. However, it's not connected. The characters are not connected to each other. So these are new characters. So what I would say is it's a spiritual sequel to the first film. It exists within that lore because it's implied. I feel it's implied in the film. They're using Dorothy as a sensor to monitor their experiment. They have a new experiment they're running, and Dorothy is a method they're using to study the tornado. So it's kind of implied that like scientists have been using the Dorothy device for years now. So I would say it's a literal sequel. So let me pull this up real quick. No. I need Twisters. We're going to check out some of the audience scores and stuff too, because I'm curious. I want to get into the box office results on these films. Share screen. Here we go. Yeah, so this is our protagonist, Kate, played by Daisy Edgar Jones. And let me tell you a couple of things I like about her. Number one, she's hot. She's hot, and the film, she gets hotter as the film goes on. Like, she gets hotter and hotter as the film goes on. Then you have Glenn Powell over here, which reminds me, I need to text my female family members and let them know that this one's got the green light, because they're just gonna go wild for this guy. But he is basically an ultra Chad. he is a MAGA hillbilly. Not literally. There's no politics in the movie. I'm just kidding. But he is a hillbilly. He is a hillbilly rock and roll cowboy. And he just kicks ass. The film knows it. He has some brilliant little save the cat moments, which is interesting because he comes across right away. He comes across right away as, oh, this is going to be the kind of jock bully character. But then he immediately has, like, they reveal that he's more intelligent than he looks. Like, he acts like kind of a YouTube clown. Woo, yeah, let's go chase storms. But it turns out he went to MIT, and he's as brilliant as she is. So what's really fascinating, just like in the first film, you have a male and a female lead, okay? You can kind of think of him as the Bill Paxton in this movie, and she's kind of the Helen Hunt. They are both very intelligent. They're basically equals intellectually. And what I find so interesting about that is lately, with the girl boss trope, that can never be the case. The male has to be somehow subordinate to her intellectually. Because what's very odd about the woke mind virus is it's kind of a reverse misogyny, because they look at female characters as, in order for them to be equitable with men, they have to be more intelligent than the male characters. What I find interesting about both Twister movies is that in both cases, you have a male and female lead that are intellectual equals. They both have strengths and weaknesses that complement each other, but they are intellectual equals. Why is that so hard for Hollywood today? So, what also makes it kind of fun to watch is there is a playfulness between the characters. There's a kind of battle of the sexes repartee, and it works really well. What I also like about her is the film immediately begins with her as the protagonist, and she is on a kind of classic Twister adventure. She's with a bunch of storm chasers. They're running an experiment, and it goes very, very wrong. And basically, it's a team of 4, and she watches the other 3 die. And I have to say, it's a pretty harrowing scene that opens the film, and I loved it. I was like, wow, that's the way to open a film. And cut to 5 years later, and she is broken by this experience. Like, she can't get over it. She watched 3 people she loved. One that she watched her boyfriend. This is the opening scene of the film, spoiling it a little bit. I won't do spoilers for the rest of the film, but I feel this is important because it establishes the entire framework of the film. She watches her boyfriend and her 2 best friends get sucked into a storm and die. And because it was her project, she thinks it was her fault. And she walks away. She's like, I'm not, she does a desk job, a kind of meteorological desk job. It's boring, it's corporate. She's done. She's done with storm chasing. She's never going back. Folks, that's a pretty brilliant setup for a character. Now, it's not really noteworthy in that, yeah, that's a good setup for a protagonist of a film to have kind of like a reason, like there's something missing in their life. There's a call to adventure that they want to refuse. That's what pulls our hero. This is Epic of Gilgamesh stuff. This is the hero with 1,000 faces, right? The hero has lost something or is missing something crucial. A character or a sudden event intervenes and calls them to adventure. They refuse the call, but then something else happens and they are pulled into the quest, right? The problem with the girl boss, the Mary Sue character, who is flawless and can do no wrong, is she's missing these pieces. She just is awesome. She's always been awesome. It's only the evil patriarchy or the oppressive Jedi, in the case of the Acolyte, that have been holding our girls down and haven't been allowing them to use their powers and haven't, a bunch of bullshit, right? And it's always boring. It's always the same story over and over again, and nobody likes it. Nobody likes it, least of all women. Because that's not human. Because all humans struggle. All humans have flaws. All humans have pieces missing that they're looking to get, right? That's the point of a character. They have to go on a journey, learn something, and especially in a Golden Fleece story, if that's what it was, they have to get something valuable to bring back to the people. So for a hero to be effective, they must by definition be flawed. They must by definition fail at something. So the film starts out with her having spectacularly failed, and she's traumatized into the bargain. So when one of her old chums, and that would be our next character, played by Anthony Ramos, Javi, he is one of her old friends who was not present when the others died, and he comes back and says, hey, it's been 5 years, I've worked through my issues and my trauma, I got a new mission, I think your project, you're the best storm chaser I know, I want you to come back and help me with this project. He's got a new way of scanning tornadoes. And she says no at first, but then he sends her a text message with some devastation that hooks her back in. And off to the races we go. And we get a kind of rivalry between her and then Tyler, who is Glenn Powell's character. He's kind of a rival storm chaser. And he's not quite like the Carrie Elwes character in the first one, because the Carrie Elwes character in the first one was kind of an asshole. Tyler, it turns out, is pretty much a good guy, and that's probably the most I will say. It becomes a race. Not really a race, but it just becomes a quest on her part. And mostly the tension of the story is she's lost a step, and she's kind of afraid. Like, she's a genius, she's a great storm hunter, but she's struggling with her fear. And there's a great line in this film by Tyler, because he talks about how he used to, there's a scene between him and her, and he's talking about how he used to ride bulls in the rodeo, and he's also talking, and she's like, wow, you rode bulls, you chased tornadoes, like, isn't there any, you just don't have any fear, do you? And he says, no, he basically says something along the lines of, on the contrary, I have fears, I'm terrified of tornadoes, I'm terrified of the bull, but you don't face your fears, you ride them. I was like, that's a pretty spectacular line, and it's great for her character as well, because her whole plot arc is that she's struggling with her fear. She's afraid of tornadoes now. She's not this thrill seeker that she used to be. So what I'm saying is, this is basically a superhero film, and she is the superheroic character. Her special power is, she has basically Bill Paxton's special power in the first film, which is she can read the tornadoes better than anyone can read them. She just has a gift for it, right? Her curse is she got 3 people she cared about killed, and she has to live with that pain and that fear that's weighing her down. So the fear and the pain and the trauma of the death that she survived, that is her curse. And her nemesis, I would say, is the tornadoes. Now, I think that brings to light one of the weaknesses of this film for me, which is, you know, I really like Glenn Powell's character of Tyler. He is a lot of fun in this movie. He's just a crazy, thrill-seeking YouTuber storm chaser. It comes across as very believable and fun. Very, you know, it fits into the modern technological world. It's a good update, I would say, for the lore of this universe, if you will. She is very likable and sexy as a leading lady. She's God, I sound like a holy roller. She's a very respectable young lady. She's a sexy, badass babe. Actually, let me share this picture, actually. Dude. I told you, I love badass babes. I've never been opposed to badass babes, and this kind of sold me on seeing the film, quite frankly. This picture right here. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. She's pretty sexy there. Pretty sexy, and it's earned. It is well earned in the film. Now, there's a kind of love triangle that starts between her, Javi. There's almost a kind of Finn, Poe, Rey thing going on. I hate to analogize it to that particular franchise, but I'm just saying there's a kind of slightly melodramatic love triangle that forms between her and Tyler and Javi. I like Javi a lot. He's a very plucky, likable guy. He's trying to do the right thing. You know, he's kind of fallen in with a bad crowd, so to speak, in the film. She is very likable as a hero who's lost a step, and she's kind of afraid. She's lost her mojo. She's trying to get it back. And then, of course, you have Glenn Powell, who's just the ultimate Chad in the film, and he brings a lot of fun and life and joy to the movie. I like that a lot. And therein lies part of the problem with the film, is that they're all really likable characters. I like all of them. And there's not really a villain in the movie that I'm rooting against. It's not really a rival like there was in the first Twister film. Now, you could argue that it's man versus nature, and that the tornadoes themselves are the villain of the film, but it doesn't really come across that way. I think really the stakes are high in the scenes where they're fighting the tornadoes. The stakes are high when they get caught in them. Some of the action set pieces are spectacular in this movie. I actually am surprised. A lot of the modern CGI gobbledygook I just can't stand. I'm really tired of over CGI scenes. I actually felt a lot of the visceral fear in this movie that I felt with the original one. And I really enjoy that. And also I felt the weather effects felt mostly pretty real. They felt, you know, there's just rain and lashing wind, and there's just all kind. And his truck is freaking awesome. It's like gear porn. It really is. I love, dude, when they show all his gadgets and how he like goes into the storms. It's like a Mad Max vehicle, but for storm chasing. It's fantastic. And the way that she winds up having to use his technology, she and him make a great team. And it's just like Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt made a great team in the first one. The problem with this film is it drags a little in the third act, and I think it's because it's a little bit mixing genres. It starts out as a kind of Golden Fleece story, but then it swerves into being a superhero film about her. And it mostly works on that level. I just feel that the stakes sometimes didn't feel quite high enough for me. That being said, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the twister effects a lot, and it reminded me that if you can get the basics right, you can make almost any story interesting. Generally, these stories are really pretty, they're really pretty fun, because it's basically just, it's a disaster movie, and they just give you a really good hook for why you're here and why they're chasing these storms and why they can't give up. That's the real key to these movies. And when it finally gets to the final set piece, I would say there is a very real sense of like what she has to do to save the day, and it works pretty well, and it actually turns out to be a pretty good payoff. So I would say 7 out of 10 for me on Twisters. I really enjoyed it a lot. I think it's back to basics storytelling in a good way, and what is wrong with having characters that are just macho and fun? The only problem is there's not really a character to root against in the film, and I think that causes the tension and the pacing to slow a little towards the third act. I really think they needed a better rival for Kate, and that's kind of the problem. So it's kind of a superhero story that has a weak nemesis, or it's a Golden Fleece story, but with stakes that are a bit too low. So that's kind of why I'm putting it at about a 7 out of 10. But overall, very entertaining. And I'll tell you, there was a couple sitting next to me in the theater, and they were very nervous. They were very nervous in some of those final scenes. There is a great set piece in a hotel where they have to shelter from a storm. And look, I have no idea whether any of this is like actually plausible. I have no idea whether you could really survive a tornado in any of the ways they survive it. Even like drilling his truck into the dirt, I don't know if that would work, because you still have to deal with the fact that like pieces of houses are flying at you. So I don't know, but who cares? It's a lot of fun within the world of this movie. It works. So a lot of fun. Definitely recommend it. And it wasn't a total retread of the first film either, I would say. But I mean, on the other hand, how many times could you tell this story and have it exactly work? I mean, tornadoes are tornadoes. There's not a lot of ways you could tell the story of the perfect tornado tale of terror. Redoubt Productions says, perhaps both Twister and Twisters are action pieces stitching together a buddy love story. Well, actually, that's a great point. They are kind of also buddy love stories. I would say the first Twister film, if I'm not thinking that the first Twister film is a Golden Fleece story, I really don't consider it a dude with a problem story, because I don't feel that they are trapped by circumstances. They are in pursuit of a quest. So I actually don't think it's a dude with the problem is more like you're dragged into something. You have no choice. Dude with the problem is very much you are an ordinary person who finds himself or herself stuck in something that is life or death, that you did not ask for, and you are innocent. You're an innocent hero. You did not deserve this. That's the whole point of a dude with a problem story. The problem with Twister movies is that they are storm chasers. So they're not innocent in that regard. They chase storms. They put themselves in the position of chasing the storm. I mean, in a way, if it were a monster in the house story, that's the sin that unleashes the monster, let's face it. But they're usually not arrogant. So arrogant is not... Anyway. Not to get too in the weeds there. But... really, the first Twister is also a pretty good buddy love story, because it's about, you know, this couple that they are both totally perfect for each other. They both have a piece missing when they're not together, but they're also super crazy in Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt's characters. They're super crazy, and that's kind of what drives them apart, is they're too much crazy put together. Sort of like Kim Wexler and Jimmy McGill in Better Call Saul. They're too crazy together, but they're just perfect for each other. So you could say that. Buddy love stories, like in Deadpool and Wolverine, require an incomplete hero, the piece missing, a sudden event, a complication that drags them into an adventure. You could say that for the first Twister. I would say the second Twister film, I actually am confident saying it falls fairly short of buddy love, because there's not quite enough of a romance between Kate and Tyler for it to really... They never kiss in the movie. It's weird, man. At least they didn't do the stupid forehead touch thing, but they didn't kiss. It's like, dude, I still feel like, why are we pulling punches on, like, it's so bizarre, right? You've got Disney over here trying to get as many gay and lesbian kisses as they can into everything possible. Meanwhile, every other film is avoiding, like the plague, a sex scene between a man and a woman. It's weird, man. They won't even kiss. So it's not even really like a good buddy love story, I would say. So no, I would say Twisters is a superhero story. It's Kate's superhero story. Got that. Rick Dowd says requel, aka Evil Dead 2. Redoubt Production says, it's a bit hilarious how Daisy Edgar Jones' attire becomes gradually frazzled to the point she's doing a one-to-one cosplay of Helen Hunt in the original movie by the time we get to the midway mark. I like that. I like that a lot. And not just for obvious reasons. I like battle damage. I like my heroes to have battle damage. And Die Hard is one of the best franchises for this. One of my favorite things about Die Hard is at the beginning of the movie, you know, Bruce Willis, he's all clean cut. You know, he looks all respectable. By the end of the movie, all of his clothes are torn to shred. He's limping. He can barely walk. He's got gashes and blood and gauze and bandages everywhere. He's been blown up. He's been burned. He's been shot at. He's had glass in his feet. He's a complete mess. He is a complete mess at the end of those movies. I like that. I really do. It's like it illustrates the absolute disaster that this character has just gone through. And I feel like the Twisters movies do this well. Because these characters get beat up. They just get beat up the whole movie by all this wind and rain and falling debris and dust and storms. And it lends the film a sense of reality. You know, it makes it feel more visceral and real. And I like that a lot. So I'm here for it, is my point. Redoubt says, I've seen several people claim Kate is yet another girl boss because how Javi hypes her up in her meteorological sixth sense, but I do push on that. I'm going to tell you, in the beginning of the movie, she felt like a red flag. I won't lie. Like, first couple, I would say the first 30 minutes of the film, nah, I wouldn't go that far. I'd like the first 15 minutes of the film. I was definitely feeling a little bit super girl boss genius, who she invented this miraculous technology, and she's gonna save the world. However, she's not. She's not a girl boss, aka a Mary Sue, aka a sort of flawless fan fiction character who's like super powerful, doesn't need any help. She's not a girl boss because, number one, her introduction into the story is she gets 3 people killed. 2 are her best friends. 1 is her lover. She watches them die on a project she was the leader of. That is a pretty big fail. That's a pretty massive frack up. And she's a broken person for 5 years because of that. She's traumatized for 5 years because of that. Then, in her very first outing after that, she gets back in the hunt. She's back on the chase. Oh, I'm good. I'm going to do this. She comes face to face with a tornado, and she basically shits herself and chickens out. Metaphorically speaking. She chickens out, and she can't handle it. She what's the word I'm looking for? She chokes. She chokes. And I would say that's not what happens with a girl boss. A girl boss is, if she makes a mistake, it's because a power structure was holding her down. In the case of Kate, no, it's because she's reliving her fear, she's reliving her failure, and she doesn't think she has what it takes. I would also counter that Tyler's character is just as intelligent as she is, and there are talents he has that she doesn't have, and there's talents she has he doesn't have, and so that's reasonable. But I will say, by the end of the film, it's very clear she's going to save the world. I mean, I will say it's a tired trope. It's like you almost can't have a male character in that role anymore. You almost cannot have an original male character that is just there to save the day. That just doesn't seem to happen anymore. So I understand why people have that reaction to her, but I think, you know, in a strictly story structure way, I think she's a very plausible hero, and her victory at the end of the film felt earned to me. It felt pretty well earned, and it felt justified. It's a little over the top with some of the, you go out there and save, I knew you would save the world someday, and it's like, it's a little, they lay it on a little thick. However, I can kind of file that under the same kind of cheesiness of the first film. The first film suffered from a little bit of that too. And part of the problem is, let's just get down to it. There is a mumbo-jumbo explanation of why they must chase these storms. And the mumbo-jumbo explanation is, we have to deploy this super technology to study the storm and save lives. It's just enough to get us to buy the idea that they have to chase these storms. But when I say just enough, I mean just enough. Because it's still a little bit silly, let's face it. It's still a little bit silly, right? Oh, I've got this. We call it Dorothy, and it's going to study the storms, and now it's like, oh, we're going to make the storms end. It's like, oh, no. I can only just barely buy that explanation. Fortunately for these films, they do not introduce double mumbo-jumbo, or they would totally be ridiculous, right? They just have one element of mumbo-jumbo, and it's just enough to get us to buy the concept. But it results in a little cheesiness, it needs to be said. What else, Redoubt? What else is on your mind, good sir? Ultimately, for me, says Redoubt, I think you mean my biggest grievances with Twisters was the opening 15 minutes, and I did not like the solution in the finale. Well, I mean, that's basically... I mean, well, that's pretty much the whole plot hinges on all that. Well, I think that's what I mean. When I say it's just enough for you to buy into the film, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, the mumbo-jumbo at the end of the film is truly mumbo-jumbo. Like, I do not think the idea of, like, technology that can dissolve a storm, I don't think that's ever going to be real. And I don't think we should be trying to do that. I think that's dangerous to be messing, you know. Anyway. I kind of agree with you, like, but fortunately, I don't think it's too high a bar to entry. Redoubt says there is a character, one of the major characters, who is great, but they had multiple alterations toward their ambitions throughout the movie. It got clunky. Agree. No, the weird thing is Javi and Tyler, it kind of switches movies halfway through. Like, first half of the movie, I would say, is probably a Golden Fleece story, and then it kind of swerves into being almost a buddy love story, I would say, in like Act 2 between her and Tyler. And then in the final act, it kind of comes full circle with, oh no, it's a superhero film, she's the superhero. And it kind of works on that level all the way through. But you can see why Blake Snyder harps on those genres, right? What is your film? Like, where does it fit? And really what that's saying is, it doesn't have to fit into a category. What he's saying is, what are the major structural load-bearing supports of your film, right? What are the major structures that your film is resting on? That's really what the Blake Snyder genres are about. It's like, these are the major load-bearing parts, okay? So when you have a film that's too bloated or clunky, it's usually because you've got too many pieces, too many things that are now competing against each other for attention. I think that's part of the problem. There's a kind of romance story trying to blossom in this between her and Tyler, but it gets crowded out by this kind of friendship story with her and Javi, which also gets kind of crowded out between this story of her as, like, you know, child of destiny. Gets a little bit, it kind of, but without a nemesis to really challenge. That's the problem, right? For a superhero story to really be effective, there's got to be a great nemesis, and you know, she needs that. Like in the film Oppenheimer, for example, which is a kind of real world superhero, Oppenheimer has Strauss, who is he's this nasty, bureaucratic apparatchik who is bent on getting revenge on Oppenheimer for the perceived ruination of his reputation. And it creates a lot of the tension and the suspense in the film, right? So that's kind of the problem. If the genre is unclear, it's probably because you're mixing and matching some things. And I would just say the biggest problem with the film is that there's not a clear sense of, like, the purpose of a nemesis in a superhero story is to challenge the hero and make them grow, right? That's what makes them... Dude, like, let me see if I can grab this, actually. See if they'll let me show this. I found this short about Dune Part 2. What is the best way to find this? I think I could find it in my history, probably, because I watched it recently. It was a YouTube short, and I don't even usually watch those. So I should be able to... Yes, I found it. Okay, here we go. No. Dang it. What? Hang on a second. No, just play that one. Okay, good. Got it. All right, let me share my screen. So this is... Oh, wrong one. Hang on. Share this tab. Okay, so this is... what is the guy? This is Austin Butler, who played Fade Rotha in Dune Part 2, and Timothy Chalamet, who played Paul Atreides. And they're just talking about the nature of, like, Fade Rotha versus Paul Atreides. So let me just play this real quick.
Look, I'm not saying it just because you're here. My favorite character in Dune Part 2 is Fade Rotha. It's exhilarating, you know. You're just incredible, and he's got the juice. He's got the sauce, like the actor and the role, the way it's written. Even the scene we were talking about yesterday, the opening scene, where it's as jarring to me in the movie as it was when I read the script. So that's a testament to you and Denis, because you don't need blood and gore to give people a really chilling feeling. I love playing Paul Atreides, but when I saw you, and I was like, okay, I'm the bass line here, and Fade Routh is the riff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's so cool.
May thy knife chip and shatter.
Dude, that is rad. God, I love the Hans Zimmer. He just crushed it with the score in that film. Holy shit. I love those movies. Anyway, now I showed you that because that's basically what Timothy Chalamet is saying there. Is like, as the hero, I am kind of the baseline. And Fade Rotha he's like the riff, you know? He's like the extra, he's the larger than that, right? And that is as it should be. I mean, Austin Butler crushed it as Fade Rotha in that film. And my only complaint with Dune Part 2 is that there wasn't enough of that. There wasn't enough of the bad guys close in with him. There should have been more, and he should have been a bigger part of the battle in the third act, and he just wasn't. That being said, there was a really satisfying face-off with them at the end that made it work. But my point is, what's so great about Fade Rotha is he is a frightening threat for Paul Atreides. It is very clear in that film that if Paul does not overcome this monster, all is lost. And that's the point. That's the point of a good nemesis in a superhero story such as Dune. So that's my problem with Twisters. I don't think Kate has that challenge, and she needs that challenge. And it's probably why, if you're watching Twisters and you feel like, this isn't quite as strong as the first one, I mean, that's basically why. What else do we have? Redoubt says the hotel set piece is the best part of Twisters. I totally agree. I loved that set piece. I have no idea if a shred of that was scientifically plausible, and I don't really care because it looked plausible in the film. Anthony says, I'm still waiting for Hollyweird to give us something new. I think Dune was pretty new. I mean, yes, based on a book that's certainly not new, but that is... I mean, that's a new experience for me in the theater. Yeah, but they're not great at that these days. Anthony says the tornadoes are just misunderstood. They are just trying to get from one place to another. They can't help it if buildings are getting in their way. I know. No, you're serious, Anthony. Don't retract that. Redoubt says, I didn't state that the way I wanted. I do accept the prologue and what it's establishing, but it does set up the inherent problem of how the tone of the movie will jump around throughout the runtime. True. True. I mean, the first film kind of had some of that, too. It's like, it kind of vacillates between, like, yeah, yeehaw, super, we're storm chasers, this is what we live for, and then, like, oh my god, everyone's gonna die. It's like, so, but in a way, like, that's kind of makes sense, because storm chasers are nuts. Like, what they're doing is insane, and what they're doing is, from a certain point of view, is kind of irresponsible. So the film storyline kind of tries to make what they do responsible because, oh, they're doing it for science or something. So that didn't really bother me. That didn't really bother me. And frankly, if she did not have that as her, and I know what you're saying. You're saying, yeah, it works on a story level. I'm telling you, if she did not have that, it would have been Girl Boss Central. It would have been Girl Boss. She would have been the girl who's the key to everything if they did not have that opening. It was absolutely necessary. She needed to be a character who had experienced serious defeat or failure in order to have a place to go from where she starts. Because she starts out as a girl genius. She's a girl genius. Again, that's not really different from the first film. Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt's characters are both tornado geniuses in the first film. And also, Tyler, played by Glenn Powell, is also a tornado genius in the film. So, tornado geniuses abound in this world, so that's not really a problem for me. But if she's just a genius, and she's just the tornado whisperer, but she has there's no real stakes or tension, there's no flaws, it's not going to work. Really, with superheroes, it's a matter of scale. It's a matter of scale. You must scale the threat to the hero, and the hero's flaws must be scaled with their powers. So in order for a superhero film to really work, the more powerful the special power, the more burdensome the curse must be, I would argue. It's why I love Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the best superhero, in my opinion, because, you know, his powers aren't the craziest or the most outlandish. I would argue they're the funnest and most interesting, but he's just got shitloads of problems. He's got so many problems. You know, he's just a kid trying to do the right thing in New York. He doesn't have two pennies to rub together. His girlfriend always thinks that he's standing her up and pisses. It's not true. He's trying to save lives, but he can't tell her for her own safety. It's fun, man. So Spider-Man's got about 10 curses for every special power he has. Redoubt says, the good news is it doesn't do any of those tones particularly bad. I just wish they would have pinned down their focus and stuck to it. Also, remember, I'm a highly jaded consumer for Hollywood's love of the trauma, but not truly understanding how to handle trauma with their characters. Dude, I love the line in Deadpool and Wolverine when one of the Gen Z characters starts whining about something in their past, and Deadpool's like, "Oh my God, you Gen Zers and the trauma bragging." It was hilarious. I loved that. That was so. Yeah, there's some good lines in there. I think we're starting to see a shift in the culture. I think everybody is getting a little tired of the trauma bragging. We're getting a little tired of the constant politicizing of everything. It's like people are like, can we just have some fun? Can we just have some fun and enjoy some movies? And that's not to say we're out of the woods. It's not to say that it's going to change overnight. But I'm telling you, Twisters and Deadpool and Wolverine are signs we're starting to go in a better direction. Does it mean that Hollywood can be saved? Does it mean the MCU is saved? Does it mean Disney Star Wars is saved? No. But I do think it's a positive sign for art and culture overall. And that is because of you. You in the audience. You who are fans of these properties. Our pushback has been felt. But more importantly than that, I think what's fascinating is that audiences have been really, with very few exceptions, have been really rewarding the good projects. I mean, Godzilla Minus One smashed the box office. We're talking about a subtitled foreign film, right? Absolutely crushed it in American theaters. A film that was like by all accounts, like a $12 million budget, maybe 15 at the high end. And that film did, what was it, like 100 million, I think, worldwide. So it just 10x'd its money. You have Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a smart, well-done little film that does, appropriately budgeted, lots of fan service, didn't give a shit whether people who are not fans of Five Nights at Freddy, the games, like the film or not, just gave the fans what they wanted, did great at the box office. I think that film is a huge success. Blumhouse Studios, brilliant at what they do. They know how to run a studio. And then you have, Top Gun Maverick. You have a lot of films that are starting to show that audiences are rewarding. And on that note, let's take a look at the box office for first Twisters. I want to see how that's doing. So yeah, this from the Oklahoma movie Twisters. Yeah, ads. Gotta get rid of the ads. Oklahoma movie Twisters storms past $100 million box office milestone, 4DX weekend record. Made in Oklahoma. That's interesting. That goes a long way. I'm going to tell you something. That's another thing that's great about the Twister films. The fact that there's a feeling of like you really are out there on the Great Plains, you really are in the heartland of America. Like it does a lot of work for these films to make them feel authentic, to make the stakes feel real, to make the disaster feel real. So that's hats off for that. So Twisters landed at #1 at the domestic box office, far exceeding expectations of 81, with an opening weekend of 81 million. Let's see. Anything else I want to hit? So that is awesome. So this film is crushing it. And I would say the theater was about 2/3 full, and we're a week after, I think we're, a week after release? Film was 150 million, 55 million to produce. I mean, I still feel like that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for a film like this, but hey, that's at least reasonable. That's like a reasonable budget for a summer blockbuster. All right, now let's check out box office Deadpool and Wolverine. Grab Deadline. This from Deadline. Deadpool and Wolverine, all the box office records. Delay of game. Broken. All the box office records broken on Deadpool. By the way, this scene that they're teasing in this picture, this scene is unbelievably good. I love that part. Highest R-rated opening of all time, both worldwide and domestic, at holy shit, 438 million worldwide, 205 domestic. Deadpool and Wolverine beats the previous record holder, Deadpool, from 2016, 264 million. Well, that's not super surprising. Deadpool and Wolverine is the biggest global opening since Avatar: The Way of Water, 439 million for that film. Highest July opening weekend of all time at the domestic box office, surpassing The Lion King. Marvel Cinematic Universe at 34 titles and $30 billion is the highest grossing film franchise of all time, which, I mean, geez, consider that achievement. I mean, no wonder they think they could do no wrong. Highest domestic opening weekend of 2024, highest since December 2021 Spider-Man No Way Home. Number 8, highest opening domestic weekend of all time. Number 5, highest superhero opening of all time, behind Avengers Endgame, Spider-Man No Way Home, Avengers Infinity War, and The Avengers. Number 2, highest opening weekend for a third installment. Oh, geez. We're getting just a little bit pedantic here, aren't we? As of this post, Walt Disney is responsible for 16 of the top 20 opening domestic weekends of all time. With the MCU, they're also increasingly responsible for the greatest flopbusters of all time. With the MCU, responsible for 11 of the top 20. So there you go, folks. It's shattering records. Deadpool and Wolverine, that's kind of amazing. I'm even blown away by that. Like, I didn't... Dude, half a billy in a single weekend. They are well on their way, Deadpool and Wolverine, to being a billy killer. We got a billy killer. I think we got a billy killer. What did it take? Dude, think about this for a second, folks. Think about this for a second. They told a simple, straightforward buddy love story. The characters are the characters. They make fun of the MCU. There are no ridiculous girl bosses. Slay Queen! There's none of that shit in this movie. I mean, there's a little whiff of it here and there, but it's not bad. But you basically have the the titular characters of Deadpool and Wolverine are in their prime, playing their characters. They are in their costumes, and they wear their masks, which are comic book accurate. It is pure promise of the premise. Like, I was going to say, like, the opening credits of this movie is the promise of the premise. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. They give the audience what they came to see. This is not rocket science, folks. It was figured out by great filmmakers 70 years ago. This is not... dude, Hollywood has forgotten what they created, which was the model of how to sell tickets. All it takes, folks, is tell a good story, have the characters be the characters, trust the audience. We came to see characters in masks. I'm going to tell you something. When Wolverine puts on the mask, it's incredibly awesome. It is surprisingly, shockingly awesome. And I didn't even think that was coming. I did not see that coming at all. And it looks great. I'm surprised by how good it looks in live action. Now, let's face it, folks. It's hard to picture the Wolverine mask looking good in live action, but it does. It really does. I'm very happy with what they did there. But that's my point, is like all this hand wringing about COVID lockdowns and streaming services and it's the DoorDash culture now and superhero fatigue. It's like, no. What brings people to see films is good storytelling. That is the promise of the premise. Is what we saw in the poster what we're seeing in the film? That's all it takes, folks. Talented actors, talented writers. Dude, something I think needs... Look, I'm not the biggest fan of Ryan Reynolds in the world. I'm really not. His shtick gets a little old for me. It feels a little bit... Like, I kind of agreed with Wolverine the whole film. The whole film, Wolverine is like, oh my God, do you ever shut the fuck up? I was like, I'm with Wolverine. That's part of why I like the movie so much. You know, Wolverine takes great pleasure in beating the shit out of him. And I'm like, I kind of like this. And what's great about it is there's comedy that references, like, how Ryan Reynolds can be a little too Ryan Reynolds at times. That being said... he's a brilliant comedic actor. He just is. He's a brilliant comedic actor. He is very talented. He's a co-writer on this film. He's got writing talent. He knows what he's doing. Cough button. Hugh Jackman is a brilliant actor at the top of his game. And, of course, who directed this film? I'm not as familiar with his work. That's right. Sean Levy directed Deadpool and Wolverine. Obviously, talented writer. He's a co-writer on the film also. Talented writer, talented director. They know their audience. They know their characters. They know the world and the material. I mean, if you've watched the first two Deadpool films, this film is exactly in line with the tone of the first two films. So that's what it comes down to. Please the audience, hire talented people, stop hiring wackos, idiots, scummy corporate climbers like Leslie Headland. Fire overrated cartoon writers like Dave Filoni. And get real talent in the room. It's not that complicated. Let's check out the IMDb, sorry, not the IMDb, the Rotten Tomatoes. The Rotten Tomatoes. Share screen. So we got Deadpool here. Come on, man. Come on, man. So Deadpool and Wolverine, 79% rating from the snooty, approved intellectual critic class. Dude, this is incredible. This is unbelievable to me. You know, I gotta find something real quick. I gotta pull up in another tab here the Acolyte review, or not rating on Rotten Tomatoes. What is that rating? 80%. I guess that's only 1 point difference. Still, no, look at this. Jeez. 80%. 80% Rotten Tomatoes score for the Acolyte by the approved, pedigreed, credentialed critics. Yes. 79%. They're turning up their noses at Deadpool and Wolverine. The Acolyte does not have a coherent plot. It does not have interesting or consistent characters. The acting is terrible. The effects are awful. The on-location shooting is pathetic and embarrassing. And yet the approved critics think that that's why. What's the difference, folks? What's the difference here? Well, because Deadpool and Wolverine has two white male actors, one of them straight. One of the characters is straight. There is not enough wacko lunatic feminism in this. There is not enough lecturing senators about racism in this. There is not enough climate change activism in this, which is why it's only got a 79%. It is comic book crap for you know, weird nerds in their basements. Meanwhile, the audience score of Deadpool and Wolverine is 97%. Dude, that's a pretty smoking score. It just smoked the audience score, did it not? Jeez. 97%. I agree with that assessment. I am with them. I am with them on that score. I think it earned it. Dude, listen. Deadpool and Wolverine, you go to see that movie, it's exactly what you came to see. That's it. It is exactly what you came to see. It's a lot of fun. It's a pretty flawlessly executed buddy love film. It truly is. It is a flawlessly executed buddy film. So now let's check out Twisters. 76% from the approved intellectual critic intelligentsia. But a 92% audience score. I mean, I would say if I were guessing what the score on this would be, I'd probably say like an 80% audience score, but 92% also very impressive. So listen, you've got two films back to back. They give the audience what they want. They pay off the promise of the premise. They are fun. There is no preaching bullshit. They love the audience, and the audience loves them back. Folks, that is how it is done. It is not complicated. Hollywood is learning. I think at least some in the industry are beginning to learn their lesson. Maybe they'll start liking money again. Let's see. Anthony says, still don't trust Disney Marvel anymore. I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. Redoubt says, Sean Levy never directed anything groundbreaking in my eyes, but he more than often delivers on the promise of a plot. Agreed. You know, it's one of the things that's the most striking to me about Disney Lucasfilm and so forth. It's not so much that it's bad, you know, that it's mediocre. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's like, oh, listen to this rock concert starring a singer who can't carry a tune. I mean, that's what it's like to me. These are writers that are they're the writer equivalent of like the rejects on American Idol that Simon Cowell makes fun of and says, give up singing, sing in the shower where nobody can hear you. Like, that's how bad the creative work is on most of these projects. So what's striking to me is that, listen, you don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be Steven Spielberg or Francis Ford Coppola. You just have to be competent and deliver on the promise of the premise, and the crowd will love you. Redoubt says Sean Levy directed Night at the Museum trilogy, also has directed at multiple episodes of Stranger Things. Interesting. I did not notice that. I love Stranger Things, and I love the directing on those episodes. I love how Stranger Things feels like a 8-part, like an 8-chapter movie. 80s movie, and I've always loved that about those. So yeah, an excellent consistency of tone. Duffer Brothers, fantastic writers, excellent showrunners. I will say that the kids screaming at each other does get on my nerves in Stranger Things. That's one of my little things about it I don't particularly enjoy. Like one of the little tropes in Stranger Things that drives me nuts is a bunch of characters are yelling at each other and arguing. One of the characters gets an idea and quietly says the idea, but nobody hears them, and so they yell it louder, and then they yell it louder, and then because they are like either, they're going through puberty, so their voice is changing, it's particularly shrill with like, guys, shut up, guys! I'm like, God, I hate that. I really hate that trope. It's so annoying. They do it a lot at Stranger Things, and it bugs the shit out of me. That being said, love Stranger Things. Always will have a special place in this captain's heart. Now, I have some other things in the stack of stuff which I wanted to share with you. Dave Cullen has uncovered more chicanery over there at Kurtzman Trek. Kurtzman Trek. God, I want Kurtzman Trek to just end forever. I want it so bad. So let me grab the video. Hat tip, Dave Cullen show.
Okay, so we have another trailer of a popular franchise.
So I'm going to react to the reaction to a trailer. That is... I've not actually seen this trailer.
Has a really, really low like ratio to dislike ratio, right? 2.4 thousand likes, 9.9 thousand dislikes.
Fu Man, I hope you're still out there, because we're gonna get into some Trek here. We're gonna do some Trek talk.
Almost 10,000 dislikes. This is for Star Trek Section 31. It's a TV movie on Paramount Plus that.
Oh, I did not know that. It's just a movie. It's not a show. Oh, thank God. Oh, my God. Thank God. Dude, that is a sign they are getting shellacked. They are getting shellacked because they announced this as a show. This was a TV show, and I think what's happened is STD and the rest of the Kurtzman Drek has been such a disaster. And then, on top of that, to have Terry Metalis' brilliant rewrite of Star Trek Picard just humiliate them by its incredible fan love. I think that got them to re-envision this as just let's just, push it out, just crap it out as a movie and just forget it.
Couldn't look less like Star Trek if it tried. And before I just go through a couple of clips of it. Okay, so this is what I've been getting over the years, and I've had a fair few detractors of people who don't like my particular takes on Star Trek.
I love your takes, Dave Cullen. You have great takes on Star Trek. Continue, sir.
Let me tell you something. I won't be watching this, okay, because I looked at the trailer. People will say things like, "Oh, you're passing judgment on it, and you haven't even watched it." I wouldn't watch something like this. Have you watched it yourself? Are you going to tell me that this looks anything? It's some sort of like...
Oh my God! Look at that title art! That is disgusting! Oh my dude, you are seeing full blown Garrett right now. This is full blown. This is full-blown angry Trek nerd Garrett right now. That is nothing. That is nothing that... Dude, it looks like a CW teenage melodrama. Awful.
Really dark, gritty aesthetic of Section 30... Star Trek
Everything in Kurtzman Trek is dark, gritty.
Discovery, but it's cyberpunkish as well. So we have like what looks like a young Philippa Georgiou, a character I never liked, totally un-Star Trek. It just everything about it visually just doesn't look like what am I watching here?
Oh my god, they're turning Star Trek into a drag show.
This is just some sort of dark dystopian sci-fi movie, you know? It's like,
and for the record, I don't like drag shows. Deal with it.
It just doesn't look like Star Trek. It doesn't have characters who look like they're Star Trek characters. There doesn't appear to be any sense of hope or optimism in this trailer. Does this look like anything that resembles Gene Roddenberry's vision of the future? Like, there's an eyeball there or something.
Oh my
Hold on a
God.
second. So there's an eyeball here. Let me just play this real quick. So eyeball there, Michelle Yeoh, and then she puts the eyeball in her mouth. Oh, this is delightful. Like, what is this? Like, look at this. Do you think this looks like Trek?
Oh my god, the people that write this, what dirtbags? Just dirtbags. Running Star Trek, running Doctor Who, running Star Wars, just nasty people. I'm just gonna say it, folks, just nasty people. Now, that's not because I'm opposed to blood and gore. I just described Deadpool and Wolverine, and I loved all the blood and gore in that. That's not what this is about. It's the fact that this is what they envision when they're making a Star Trek show, because they don't... This is the world they live in. Just... Why don't you go get some deal with Netflix, Kurtzman, and you make your own rejected Star Trek just the way Zack Snyder did. And guess what? Nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to talk about it. It will not be a thing if it does not have the name Star Trek on it. Because you, Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman, are hacks. You are shitty, hackneyed writers. And if this did not bear the sacred name of Star Trek, nobody would care. Your stupid little shills that just go wild for all your little it's Star Trek. They wouldn't care. Nobody would watch it. Rebel Moon is a fart in the wind. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody wants to talk about it. Dude, you can't even really... I shouldn't even talk about it because nobody cares. You get nothing in the algorithm with Rebel Moon. Rebel Moon is frankly a better story than The Acolyte. But there's nobody defending Rebel Moon. Why don't you go make your creepy, weird, sick, dark, fetishized fantasy, sci-fi, whatever the hell this is. You go make it with Netflix and see if anybody watches it. Nobody's going to watch it.
Star Trek? I want to watch Star Trek.
But my point is, what do they have to know? But because they're hacks, because they're corporate climbers, this is all they can do. Take something that a better creative, a visionary like Gene Roddenberry created, and destroy it. That's all they can do. They're parasites. That's what they are. They're parasitic human beings.
I want to watch this. This is simply calls itself Star Trek. So this is... I'm just addressing the people who are going to say to me, oh, well, you haven't watched it, so your opinion is irrelevant. I watched this. This is not something that... There's lots of things I've seen trailers for where I go, oh, that's not for me. This isn't...
All right, you know what? Okay, I have not seen this. Let's go find this trailer right now. Star Trek Section 31 trailer. Oh my god, what am I gonna see? Oh my god. I can't even stand the thumbnails.
Okay, ladies, now let's get information. I say.
I have no words. I can... 3 seconds. 3 seconds! This is Star Trek? What? What? Oh my god. This isn't even good by CW melodrama standards. Oh my god. Did I put a downvote on that? Oh, dude, 1.7 thousand downvotes to 293 upvotes. This is ratioed to hell and back. I cannot believe. But listen. Part of why I'm so shocked by that little pop music opening is like, dude, this is supposed to be the dark, grim, evil security state. So even by Kurtzman Trek standards, that's wrong for the tone. Like, this should be grimdark, is what I'm expecting. I'm not saying I like that for Star Trek or whatever. I'm just saying by their own standards.
An emperor can only be loyal to duty. Thus does the empire remain strong.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Jeez. There is so much to unpack here, folks. There is so much to unpack here. First of all, if you don't know, this character is part of the Mirror Universe. That would be Philippa Georgiou. So in the STD, Star Trek Discovery premiere episode, Philippa Georgiou is the captain of the starship that Michael Burnham is the first officer on. Michael Burnham stages a mutiny, and this is why she's thrown in prison, and the results of her mutiny are that Philippa Georgiou gets killed by the Klingons. She was a good captain, a dutiful captain, and a good friend of Burnham, blah, blah, blah. Later, in Season 1, Burnham travels to the Mirror Universe of Star Trek, which, if you are a Trekkie, you know, it is a universe, it's an alternate universe in which all of the characters we know and love are sort of a mirror image of themselves. They're evil. So there's an evil Kirk, there's an evil Spock, etc., etc. So in the Mirror Universe, there's no Federation that's like this peaceful, cooperative, multicultural utopia. In the Mirror Universe, humans have arisen to become the Terran Empire and have enslaved the galaxy. It's basically the story, right? The Wokies and hackneyed losers like Kurtzman and Goldsman love this. They love this because the Mirror Universe is just like them. Nihilistic, cynical, doubtful about humanity, boring and banal, but most importantly, desperately wanting to capture some of that magic of the Game of Thrones the Game of Thrones popularity. Oh, they lust and envy George R. R. Martin for being so celebrated for the Game of Thrones universe. That's why it's the Game of Thronesing of everything. So they love this universe because it's the most like Game of Thrones. It's dark. It's depressing. It lacks hope, morality, any kind of moral stand. And so number one, they love the Mirror Universe. Number two, they love this character because she is the Mirror Universe version of Philippa Georgiou, who hops over to our universe. And to top all that off, they love Section 31 because it is the one dark corner in the sort of utopian federation that is envisioned in the Star Trek's canon. So there's like 3 levels of nihilism to this. They love the nihilism of the Mirror Universe, they love the nihilism of the Mirror Universe Georgiou, and they love the nihilistic potential, which is not really there. But they're overemphasizing the evil of Section 31. God, Alex Kurtzman is the dumbest man in entertainment. Have I said it lately?
Does it grow? All hail the Emperor!
God, they so want to be George R. R. Martin. Can you feel how badly they want to be?
Philippa Georgiou, you're a tyrant who murdered her own people by the millions. The past always catches up with you.
Dude, this is just what they want to turn our society into. This is what the woke lunatics want our society. This is the weirdest thing. They make all of these stories about, oh my God, the rise of fascism. Oh, the rise of fascism and dictators. And it looks like modern Hollywood. It looks like what you want. It looks like what you want our society to look like.
You're Section 31.
Dude, look at just weird freaking like purple hair and weird looking drag. What is this? But by the way, this isn't even what the Mirror Universe looks like in the first season of Discovery. This is so bizarre. Like, that's not at all the aesthetic that she as Empress had in the first season. So it's not even inconsistent with itself.
Okay, ladies, now let's get information.
31 is a Black Ops division. Spy work. Starfleet is here to make sure no one commits murder.
What a cute idea.
Who to me, you got some coordination.
It's gonna be bumpy and bad.
Oh my God. This is 1,000 times worse than anything I could have imagined. I cannot believe what I've said this often. You think there's a bottom to woke story? There is no bottom to it, folks. There is no depth of squalor that it cannot sink to. But even I am shocked when that very sentiment is confirmed. Like, this is unbelievable. The music is bizarre. This is such a bizarre... Like, do you notice how, like, celebratory and slay queen? It's just, it's so happy with itself. We're talking about, oh, Starfleet is here to make sure you don't commit murder. It's like, oh, well, good luck, because we're about to murder some fools. I mean, I would hope that Roddenberry would be up in arms if this were, like, if he were alive to see this. But the sad thing is, he probably would be so infected with TDS and the woke mind virus by now, you can't... He'd probably be like Mark Hamill by now. He'd probably be totally just cheese slid off the cracker. But I like to think he would be horrified. He would be horrified that this is what they think of Star Trek.
You're a bad bitch.
We can't trust you with our lives, but here we go.
Somebody's got to keep it lively, right?
Okay, ladies, now let's get information.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dude, somebody asked on Friday Night Tights recently, like, what... I think it was Star Wars Theory was asking the panel, like, what do you consider the most destroyed franchise? And nobody said Star Trek. And I was like, dude, I think Star Trek. I was a little on the fence with that. I am not on the fence with that. Star Trek has been the most destroyed, debased, assassinated franchise. What's so strange about that trailer is it's not even a good fit for Kurtzman's universe. Like, the Kurtzman Trek he has established, that doesn't even make any sense. It's so over the top. It's so ridiculous. Section 31 is a concept I loved when it was introduced in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. By the way, Star Trek Deep Space Nine I call the crown jewel of the Star Trek canon. And, thanks to Star Trek Picard destroying the legacy of Star Trek Next Generation, I now consider Deep Space Nine to be my favorite and the best Star Trek series. That being said, before that it was, I liked Next Generation the best, but I can't look at Picard the same way anymore. I just can't. Section 31 was introduced during the Dominion War. The idea of them was that the title Section 31 comes from the original Starfleet Charter. Now, the Starfleet Charter predates... Get ready, nerds! We're going in! The Starfleet Charter, which is Starfleet is originally a human organization founded on Earth, and it predates the Federation of Planets. So the interesting thing is, Section 31 is just an obscure byline in the Charter that says... that there's extraordinary measures are approved in the case of like a catastrophic threat to to Starfleet or Earth, humanity, or in this case, the Federation. In fact, can I find the text of Section 31? Because I think there is like an exact quote. Oops, not that. No, Section 31, Star Trek. I gotta put Star Trek or it's gonna find the wrong thing. God, the wiki has probably been just so rewritten by now. It's been completely rewritten. The organization claimed to be sanctioned by the original Starfleet Charter, Article 14, Section 31. Yeah, this is from DS9, so this is a accurate canon, of which allowed for extraordinary measures to be taken in times of extreme threat. I felt like there was like an exact quote, but I don't know. But that's basically what Agent Sloan explains it to be. Now, that allowed this kind of shadowy network of spies to exist, and it has just persisted for hundreds of years. Nobody knows about it. Only the highest level brass have some awareness of it, but nobody acknowledges it. Nobody talks about it. And it's only when the Federation is literally losing the war to the Dominion that they start making large moves that become visible to some people. And they reach out to Dr. Bashir and they try and recruit him. Now, they don't wear uniforms. They don't have comm badges. You never see the ships that they're on. The essential idea is they hide in plain sight. They are plainclothes civilians, and the only time that they are ever like anything other than that is when they're on a mission. In an episode of Deep Space Nine, they break into the mind of one of their agents in order to get the information they need, and within that mind, Sloan is sitting in this office. Sloan is the Section 31 agent. He's sitting in this office, and he's got all these files, and he knows that he's about to die, and that if he dies, Chief O'Brien and Bashir, who are in his mind with him, it's complicated, but just they'll die with him. So they have to get their information and get out, and he tries to tempt Bashir to stay by promising him that, hey, all these files, this is everything you need to bring down Section 31. Now, Bashir is tempted by this, but Sloan points out, Doctor, there's no actual office like this in the real world. These files don't exist on a computer. There's no room you can find them in. They only exist in my mind. That a handful of people are the only people that know all of these shadowy secrets. So what does that imply? That implies that they are a very quiet, below the radar, they are never known, that their existence is completely invisible to like 99.9% of everyone in this universe. Along comes Alex Kurtzman, and he turns them into an organization with a fleet of starships, scary-looking black-booted uniforms, like they're freaking thugs. They've got their own special little black comm badge. Everyone in the Federation knows who they are. They're like, oh, I'm with Section 31. Oh, no, Section 31? They've got a super secret AI that runs all their shit. This is even before DS9. This is 100 years before Deep Space Nine. They have all this shit. They turn them into this ridiculous, clown-like organization where they're just out to kick ass and take names. Slay Queen? My God. Just the level of dumbassery. The level of just low-brow, low IQ, garbage intelligence required to turn that elegant, clever, mysterious idea presented in Deep Space Nine, to reduce that to just this excuse for murder and mayhem in the Star Trek universe set to a pop rhythm. What, God, with all my heart, Alex Kurtzman, fuck you. I mean, my God. Just the scumbaggery required. I can't even believe that. That's the grossest thing I've seen in a long time. I did not expect to go on that level of a rant, but my God. My God. All right, enough of that. Enough of that. What else did I have in the stack of stuff? Happier things? Jeez. I ain't watching that shit. Dude, Dave Cullen is right. There is no reason to watch that show. That trailer was a horror show. It was a horror show. I had at least one other thing in the stack of stuff I wanted to share. I don't want to forget it. Let's see. Yeah, so we had, Star Trek news. My God. Where am I at here? No, this is the wrong list. Mr. Producer. There it is. There it is. It's, the other thing about Section 31 that it's so... What I hate so much about that is the idea of Section 31 as just a handful of people, carefully placed, invisible to the world, and they only act when the Federation is under extreme threat. There's actually a subtle, not very settled, but a subtle moral case for Section 31. They are implied to, at least in their own minds, be advocates of the Federation. They consider themselves to be an extreme measure that hopefully we're not needed, but if we are, will do the dirty work that the Federation's not willing to do to save itself. Now, you can argue with whether that's morally praiseworthy or not, and certainly Dr. Bashir is the character that has that argument. The ends don't justify the means, and so on and so forth. But Sloan justifies his actions as, I'm doing this to save the Federation, and we need the good people. We need good people and high ideals, and we need all of that. But if the day comes that all that is in peril, and the only choice is to do the terrible thing to win, that's where we come in. There's at least something sober and moral about that. You can argue with whether it's justifiable or not, but at least it comes from the attitude of, we're trying to save the ideals of the Federation. This idea that there are a bunch of crazy, murderous psychopaths just running around the galaxy. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Where? I guess... I thought I had that lined up. Okay, well, let's close it out. Let's close it out with Grizzy, shall we? Let's have some Grizzy Shills. I want to see them defend. I want to see them defend the Acolyte some more, because it amuses me. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything, though, because I had one... check the stack of stuff for one other thing. Let's see here. Because I put some things in the description, and sometimes I forget them. Oh, yes, Robert Downey Jr. returning to the MCU as Doctor Doom. Maybe we'll catch up on that next time. That's a shocker. We've gone a good while. We're going to close it out with a Grizzy video. Here we go. Mr. Grizzy. We've still got Shills defending the Acolyte.
But episode 5 and episode 8 were some of the greatest things I have ever seen in my life.
Oh.
Ooh. Not because I'm a shill. Not because I'm a shill.
Not because I'm a shill.
You are a shill. Dude, you could just tell. We live rent-free. Grizzy lives rent-free in their heads. They're so... Madam, nothing that these shows do ever displeases you. They're a complete mess. It's like, I could almost believe you if you could ever be honest about the problems with these shows. And say, these characters are stupid, but I like, or like the plot doesn't make any sense, but I just enjoy the pretty colors. I could respect that. Have a little integrity.
I genuinely fucking loved this episode. And
Dude, that just tells me how much in doubt they are of their own statements. When you have to put that much emphasis on how much you love it, I don't think you love it. I think you are compensating for something.
Episode 5 are two of the greatest things I've ever seen in Star Wars.
Is she right?
Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money.
honestly, like, this show has been, I think, my favorite Star Wars live action streaming show so far.
I think I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10. It clawed its way back up to a 7 from a 6 for me.
I'd give it like a 7 out of 10.
I love the show. No one's paying me to say that.
Well, I'm gonna have to call bullshit on that. Because here are the 4 individuals you just saw opening this section of the video. At Lucasfilm, hanging out with Dave Filoni and Leslie Headland. And surprise, surprise, gift baskets were received.
Just a couple of things for everyone, so please feel free.
Yeah, and it may not be money changing hands, but like, let's face it, that is, I mean, you're getting rewards, you're getting goodies, you're getting access. That is an incentive. They are de-incentivizing you to criticize the show. If you thought it was a dumpster fire, you could not say it.
To grab one, we also have the first ever lightsabers from the Acolyte.
I love the show. No one's paying me to say that.
Is it just me, or does this room look kind of pathetic? Like that, I know it's, you know, what do you expect? But like, this looks like the most drab, boring office. It looks really unimpressive. This almost makes me feel sad inside for how sad this little tour must have been.
From the Acolyte.
I love the show. No one's paying me to say that.
They all love the show. Funny how that works, isn't it?
Coincidence? I think not.
We are in no way paid or sponsored or in the ties with Disney whatsoever. I'm honest.
Not yet, perhaps, but clearly you want to be, and that's why.
Wrangler says, why does Lousy Headland look like the Sandman? The Sandman? Let me see here. Let's do a comparison. Leslie Headland. Maybe there's a meme out already. The Sandman. That would Spider-Man Sandman, right? You may be right, Wrangler. You may be right. Roll tape.
You give brain-dead, insane takes like this in the hopes that Disney notices you and rewards you for it.
Probably my favorite Disney plus Star Wars project that has come out.
Holy frick.
VFX are great, acting's great, story's intriguing.
But like, they're like, oh, you're a shill, you're a shill. I'm not. I'm genuinely still in that place of hopefulness for what I see.
Yeah.
Dude, oh, that is the big, that gives the lie to it, doesn't it? I'm still in a place of hopefulness, which implies you hope it's going somewhere. You hope it's faith rewarded. You hope it's going to get better, which means you don't like the show. You acknowledge it's crap and you can't admit it.
Yeah, not a shill, just hopeful, even after all the dog shit we've gotten over the years.
Dude, if Disney paid for this opinion, I don't know. Like, people that say that shit, like, they don't watch the video.
I do watch your entire videos. That's how I get the gems that I get.
What do you have to do to not be labeled a shill if you have a YouTube channel?
What?
Have standards. Have standards. And you just acknowledge when something is sloppily written. Stop demonizing people who don't like the show as racists. That's what you would have to do to not be a shill. Be honest. Be willing to actually engage in the debate. Be willing to defend why you like the show. Just as I would debate any of these people anytime. It would be easy. I would love to defend for them why the show is crap. I think it would be fun and enlightening for all of us. For all concerned. I could save a life. I could save the life of a shill.
Wow, well, you asked the perfect person. It's quite simple, really. Don't use your platform to praise and defend objectively bad content with the hopes of Disney noticing you and rewarding you for it.
Do you have to upload like a video a day ranting and raving about what you don't like? Do you have to use buzzwords like woke, shit like that? Is that the only way to not...
Straw man argument. Straw man. Nobody is asking for that. Be honest. Be honest. That's all. Just be honest. Defend your positions. Just give rational reasons for why you like things. That's what you'd have to do.
Be labeled a quote-unquote shill?
Well, my advice to you, Greedo, would simply be basically just don't do exactly what you're doing right now.
I mean, fuck. I have a career. I have a family. It's nice being normal.
Wow, so criticizing the Acolyte for being woke makes you an abnormal human being, according to Hello Greedo.
What? That's fascinating. So right there, he doesn't attack any of the positions of people criticizing the show. He doesn't say, they're wrong that it's creepy to have Osha falling in love with Chimera so quickly. They're incorrect about that because... In fact, as a matter of fact, I was watching an EFAP recently where Gary Mahler and I believe, was it Rags or Fringy? They were debating a guy who was defending the ending of Game of Thrones Season 8, and he was defending how Daenerys burns down King's Landing. And he was not attacking their character. He was simply stating why he thought that the show had justified it. And I have to admit, while I definitely don't think he was correct, I don't think he had enough evidence to support it, his theory actually got my attention, and I leaned in and was like, well, that's pretty interesting. And what he says is that Daenerys was sort of always crazy. She was always kind of a tyrant. She always kind of wanted to burn people, crucify people, do whatever she needed to do to rule through fear. The only reason that that it looked different to us the only reason it looked like she had changed at the end was that instead of doing it to slavers that we didn't care about, that we agreed with her, oh yeah, burn all them, right? Instead of her doing it to slavers, she was doing it to Westerosi people in King's Landing, and because we have sympathy with them, we saw it differently. And so it wasn't Daenerys that changed, it was the perception of the audience that changed. Now, I think in the fullness of the arguments, I think he's dead wrong about this, that there was a way to get there that the story just did not earn, and so I don't think he successfully makes that case. However, that's actually a fairly interesting analysis, and it still gave me a lot to think about, and I did enjoy thinking about his analysis. This was on an EFAP mini recently, so I highly recommend you check it out. So right there's a guy that likes the ending of Game of Thrones Season 8. He defended Daenerys' actions as a character. I still think he was wrong, and I still don't think he had enough evidence, but I don't consider that a shill. That's not a shill. That's a guy who is defending his position. He's making his case. He even gave me some interesting things to think about that I hadn't thought about before, and I appreciate that. And by the way, I found that all really interesting. What I find interesting about these shills, they don't want to have that discussion. They want to character assassinate anyone who disagrees with their take on the Acolyte. And I feel that that is because they know they're full of shit, and they really don't actually have a basis for defending this show. So the only way they can defend it is by attacking people that are criticizing it.
Stupid bitch! Which leads us perfectly into defense number 2.
The Acolyte, like just the fan response has just been so like vile and full of contempt. I'm actually kind of perturbed and upset by how the fandom has been.
And
that is why you are a shill, sir, Madam or it. Why am I a shill? That's why you're a shill, because of stupid statements. Oh my God, the contempt, the contempt. Oh, man, the contempt people. Well, why, sir? Why do they have that contempt? Because it's a shit story. It is shit acting. It's an awful show. God, that show is morally depraved. The characters are awful. But you aren't willing to accept that. And so you shift into, oh, you're bad people. You're bad people for feeling that way.
Yet you claim that it does not get under your skin.
I literally do not care, and it's going to sound bad. I don't care how you feel. I only care about how I feel.
Sure.
And then, 10 minutes later, in this very same video, admits to being, quote, super upset at some of the negative comments in their comment section.
Like, I was super upset reading some of the comments and stuff last night on our videos. It's like, when you have to come in and to validate...
Oh, Chris, he just nailed him to the wall. He just nailed him to the wall. I don't care what you think. I don't give a shit what you think. Also, you were very mean in the comments.
validate your opinion, you need to vilify mine, which is just I'm trying not to cuss too much because I get upset with this.
So you do care, and it does bother you. And what you said earlier was bullshit.
I don't care how you feel. I only care about how I feel.
Liar.
People like.
I think one thing that's operating here, and listen, some of these shills are just flat out, it's all about defending the message and the woke mind virus. Some of it is access. I think one thing that is often operating with these shills is they don't want to let go. They don't want to let go of Star Wars. They don't want to admit that it's been destroyed, that the canon has been destroyed. Luke's character has been assassinated. Rise of Skywalker was a pile of shit that destroyed everything that had gone before and has poisoned the well for anything that comes after. They don't want to admit that the writing on Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi and Ahsoka and the Acolyte was lazy, incoherent, and boring. Because that would mean that Star Wars has been damaged. And they don't want to live in a world where Star Wars sucks. Well, guess what? Neither do we. Neither do we. None of us want to live in a world where Star Wars sucks. The only difference between us and the shill is that the shill, some of the shills, the ones that are not of ill intent, in my opinion. They're what I call blue pills. They're blue pills. They want to be plugged into the Matrix. They don't want to know. They don't want the red pill. They don't want to open their eyes and see the desert. And I don't blame them for that on an emotional level, because I did not want to open my eyes. There was about I think I got to about the end of season 2 of Star Trek Discovery before I fully understood. Actually, no, I'd say Picard season 1 was when I finally hit the wall. And I was like, Star Trek is dead. It has been completely destroyed, starting with the J.J. Abrams reboots. The J.J. Abrams reboots, in retrospect, they did incalculable damage. It took me years to reach a point where I was willing to just say, you know what? Star Trek is over. It had its day. It's never coming back. Sucks. Wish it weren't so. I think it could add more life in it. But I just had to reach that level of acceptance with it. And the problem with some of these shills is they are so desperate to not let go of the idea of Star Wars being great. And again, I don't blame them for feeling that way. But it's really getting kind of pathetic. It's getting really pathetic, and it's not helpful that they are assuming that because the red pills among us who have accepted that the Matrix is not real, the fact that they are calling us names because of that, well, it's very hurtful.
Chiming in to say how much they hate something is kind of shocking how much it's been for
You know what's so funny? Wacko leftists never shut up about all the things they hate. The patriarchy, climate change, the straight white men. They never shut up. Oh my God, the orcs are coded as people of color in Dungeons and Dragons, and that's bad. They never shut up about everything they hate. Oh, they hate the American flag. They want to kneel for the national anthem. Nothing makes them happy. And they want to say that we're the ones. But people talking about a show they don't like, that's bad. It's very bad.
The Acolyte. And
I mean, not really if you think about it logically.
You know, a lot of it is because it's a show that was created by a gay woman, and most of the lead people in the show are people of color.
You know, Molly, the Leslie Headland is a victim defense is not really working with a majority of people for obvious reasons. And fun little side note, this is actually the wife of the Star Wars crossdresser, by the way.
God. Oh, God! What is wrong with this family?
People are just coming out of the woodwork to say, oh, I hate it because the writing's bad. No, you hate it because there's a lesbian.
Folks, listen. Why? If we were talking about Rebel Moon, none of these chicks give a shit. They don't give a shit about something like Rebel Moon. If it was Rebel Moon, The Acolyte by Leslie Headland, none of this is an issue. Why they are pissed is because we Star Wars, a male, a male-driven audience, primarily beloved by young men and boys. That is the primary audience of Star Wars and has been for years. Ditto with Star Trek, ditto with the Marvel Universe. We loved that property and gave it a great deal of popularity and a huge cultural imprint. And when they injected all of their bullshit into it, they wanted it to be loved. They wanted it to be revered. What this is envy. They are angry because we are rejecting their worldview. And it's driving them nuts, folks. It's driving them off the deep end.
Like more people that perhaps think that and have not been emboldened to say so previously are all of a sudden coming out of the woodwork going, look at me, I hate gay people.
Obviously, these women are nuts. No one has said that, and they have no proof of anyone saying that. But if you dare criticize Leslie Headland or her writing ability...
Oh, I hate it because the writing's bad. No, you hate it because there's a lesbian.
Stupid woman.
And I like that this show has attracted like a one of those bug zappers, a lot of those real pieces of shit who have been in the discourse far too long.
Not surprising at all that the soy boys have an entry in this section.
Someone asked me on a previous stream, like, why do you hate the Shills? And I said, I don't hate the Shills. I don't hate them at all. Personally, humans, I wish them well. I hope they have success and prosperity in their life. I think their work is shit. But I want them to have their platform. I want them to have their say. I'm a free speech absolutist. I will defend to the death their right to have their channel, and I would never seek to hinder their success with their channel. If there's an audience that loves what they do, God love them. Have a good time. But I do hate their behavior. I hate their nasty, evil, malicious little lies that they use to divide fans. And what that guy just said is exactly the problem with the Shills. The problem with the Shills is not that they don't like, or that they like something I don't like. I don't give a shit about that. As I just said, like on that EFAP, I was actually quite entertained by a guy defending a season of Game of Thrones I hated because his defenses were interesting and gave me something to think about. I have no issue with someone not liking something. It's them. They want all of us plugged into the hive mind. And because we have the audacity to dissent, this is not about Star Wars. This is not about the Acolyte, and it is most certainly not about a gay woman writing a show. This is about wokeness. This is about their radical, intersectional, feminist, psychosexual, bizarre worldview that they want us to accept or be crushed underneath. That is what this is. There is nothing else this is about. That is why he is vilifying people. He is accusing them of something they have not done. They are accusing of being racist. They're accusing of being homophobes. That is the behavior I hate. Because that is sick, unhinged, wacko behavior. That is the behavior of really kind of totalitarian thinking. And it makes me sick. So the three soys can just suck it. And they probably do on the regular.
Somebody who doesn't like the show can criticize it without saying the word woke, then I may be able to listen to them.
Yeah, and the word...
It's woke trash. And so are you, soy number 3.
Woke triggers the hell out of these guys.
But if you throw in
have I been saying it? I've been saying it. They hate it. They hate that that word has been turned against them. And it's not because people like me have turned it against them. It's because the average normie has learned it's a trigger word. Oh, woke. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Annoying little hall monitors who go around society lecturing and policing everybody else on their thoughts. Meanwhile, they overlook the questions about a woman who worked for Harvey Weinstein for years, getting a job without any questions. Oh, they're happy to overlook that. Screw these annoying little hall monitors. And they hate it. They hate it that that's what the word means. They hate it.
That word, poof, be gone, bitch. Be gone, bitch.
Soy number 2 here in the middle even went as far as to say that he wants to punch a 60-year-old man in the mouth for using the phrase, go woke, go broke. Now, I don't know about all of you, but I'm pretty confident your average typical 60-year-old man would whoop Soy number 2's ass if he tried something like that. Smash that thumbs up button if you agree. And please subscribe to the channel as well, especially if you enjoy clowning Disney Star Wars shills.
Do it.
Do it.
The writing on this show is left a lot to be desired. But is it really that much worse writing than the prequels?
And I say this as someone who has read the majority of the old extended universe. It's better than 90% of that.
Yeah, Disney Star Wars is...
That's blue pill. That's blue pill defenses right there. Blue pill cope.
Great, everyone.
You know, we're spoiled by such good Star Wars now.
The Acolyte, it's classic Star Wars. It feels like classic Star Wars. More so than I think anything that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and even George Lucas himself would approve, according to some of these idiots.
It's the most faithful I've seen Disney Star Wars be to the original idea of George Lucas. And, you know, and
they changed the word force to the thread. What is wrong with you?
Dave Filoni.
Come and listen to the idiot. Hey, everybody, the idiot's on.
The Acolyte feels the most prequel-y. From the acting to the directing, the dialogue, even the look, it feels to me very George Lucas.
Except
it looked like it was filmed in a parking lot overgrown by weeds in Riverside, California. You fool.
Prequel fans hate this show.
Watching the show, I just thought, I feel like this is right up prequel fans' alley, you know. But I guess not. I suppose not.
Why would prequel fans like The Acolyte? It destroys the main character of the prequels, Anakin Skywalker.
It rewrote the prequels. It completely destroyed the entire canon of the prequels. It rewrote the idea that the Sith had been extinct for millennia. It rewrote the origins of Darth Plagueis from the EU. It rewrote Anakin as an immaculate conception of the midichlorians. It rewrote everything. Unbelievable. It even rewrote the age of one of the Jedi Masters.
It ruins the Force and the Jedi by making them complete idiots as well as the bad guys. And the biggest reason of all, it breaks canon.
My name is no. My sign is no. My number is no. You need to let it go. You need to let it go.
Does this break canon, the Sith and Ki-Adi-Mundi's line, all that stuff? And
right.
It's just like, who cares, man? Like,
I don't want any of this, like, oh, it's breaks canon bullshit. I don't know if breaks canon. I don't know if any of that's real. I have no idea. Plagueis just showed up for half a second. We don't even know if it's Plagueis. It could be his twin brother.
Are you stupid or something?
That's why you're a shill, madam.
In the eyes of these shills and Disney, George Lucas canon holds them back from telling the story that they want to tell. And we're starting to see more and more now Disney saying, screw it, we don't care about canon anymore.
And I would rather they ignored something that Mace Windu said and told us a really good story than adhere to specific lines from a movie that came out 20 years ago.
If you're going to retcon something as big as, like, you know, the Sith have returned, I feel like that's such a smart way to do it.
I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and I love canon continuity as much as the next person, but sometimes you just got to be like, who cares?
Yeah, who cares about canon continuity and things making sense? And when they do try to explain these things and make it make sense, the only way it does is when they inject their own headcanon.
Ki-Adi-Mundi says, but the Sith have been extinct for a millennium. And then Yoda kind of gives a look to Mace. But then Mace says, I don't think the Sith could have returned without us knowing. So I still believe that Ki-Adi-Mundi and Mace don't know anything about what's happened in the Acolyte, but Yoda might just be looking around like,
Do you not realize that would do irreparable damage to Yoda's character, a George Lucas character?
Destroy the Sith. We must.
Oh, but according to the cross-dresser's headcanon, you did nothing for 100 years. And if you thought that was bad, wait till you hear this.
Palpatine, who will eventually become a part of this story, he's eventually going to be trained in some way. Whatever his recollection of his own history is, maybe he's lying, maybe he's making it up.
The Soy Boys, the boys of soy, Los Sujos Muchachos for you Spanish viewers, are perfectly fine with Disney retconning Darth Plagueis as Palpatine's master.
Because he tells the story of Darth Plagueis, and he does say that one day his apprentice kills him. We've assumed that's always been Palpatine. It could be somebody else. As far as we know, Chimera can end up being Palpatine's master. Who knows?
And here's a great reply to that, sir. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit what this stupid show wants to say about that? I'm not really that interested in anyone rewriting the lore. I'm not interested in any of that. The film is fine the way it is. The film Revenge of the Sith is doing just fine without Leslie Headland pawing through all the lore. Even if that were true, is that interesting to you, sir? Really? I doubt it.
Ymir could be Palpatine's master in Disney Star Wars. Wouldn't that be something? Why stop there? How about Osha?
Is it Chimere who takes out Plagueis, or then Osha takes out Chimere?
Dude, if this show gets another season, oh my God, they are gonna just destroy Plagueis. And Plagueis, you know what it's gonna be? Plagueis stole all of his knowledge and power. He got it all from Osha and May, and he lied about it to his apprentice. Said, "Oh yes, I've been working on all these ancient techniques," but really he stole it from the lesbian witches. It'll be a privileged male stole it from a stunning and brave whammon. That's gonna be exactly what it is. And these stupid shills, they're gonna have like a couple of them maybe are gonna flinch a little bit. They'll just be like, "Oh well, I don't remember that being what was in the EU, but oh, this is better. This is better."
And then a young Palpatine becomes the apprentice to an Osha.
Wow.
I can't take much more of this, you guys.
To me, it's more interesting for them to take swings and try something new. And if it doesn't totally work, then that's fine.
Done.
We got to celebrate our differences.
There it is. That's what this is all about. Defending DEI.
Amanda Stenberg. Oh, she's great here. Again, just to reiterate, I've checked her pronouns, and she is happy with they, them, or she, her.
Wow, thank you, Grace, for bringing us that neat.
What a responsible person you are, Grace.
Need to know.
Hey, I'm curious, Grace. Why wouldn't you indulge one of your own viewers when they asked you in the comments through a super chat, how much did Leslie Headland know and when did she know it about Harvey Weinstein? Why aren't you interested in that, Grace, as a responsible steward of women's rights?
Information.
The idea that the Acolyte is pushing an agenda is so fucking silly to me. And that complaint is such a transparent example of grasping at straws.
If it were not pushing an agenda, you wackos would not be this upset about it.
Okay, how many white male characters had a prominent role in this series? I can't think of any. Now, before the woke mob attacks, let me just state that I'm not saying that I need that in media in order to enjoy it. What I am saying is that Disney does this on purpose. They prioritize what you look like on the outside and who you like to sleep with over talent and ability. They have an obvious anti-male agenda. And the show actually premiered during Pride Month in the hopes that that would shield it from criticism, which obviously did not work.
But The Acolyte also feels fresh, not only because of the diverse cast, but the story. The story it's different in this space.
Look at her
and that
list
is
on the side here. She's like, these are all the things. The dark side, very low expectations. What a surprise. The music score, classic and modern. A thriller. What was thrilling about this, Grace? There's nothing thrilling about this show. There's no mystery because you know who the killer is and why she's doing it. There's no fugitive story because they clear her name in the first episode. There's no surprise because we saw it was going to happen a mile away. What are you talking about? Religion in Star Wars. Production quality. Oh my God. Jeez.
cool. But yet it's still remaining faithful to the space. It's still Star Wars.
Not even close.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it.
Chimere and Osha, baby. I'm so happy.
This is Star Wars at its best.
I saw some people complaining online because there's a thing in the trailer about someone having like a lightsaber that's a whip. First off, I don't care if that doesn't make sense. Nothing about lightsabers makes sense. But also, that sounds fucking cool.
Oh, okay.
I personally don't go into art looking for problems. You're meant to just kind of have fun, not get super angry and then, you know, go whine about it on the internet.
Just a quick reminder for those of you who may have forgotten.
I don't care how you feel. I only care how I feel.
That was somebody getting shit on their face.
So if the show let you down or wasn't for you, I don't blame you, but let's just be careful blaming every issue you have with Star Wars on this show, because it was at least fine, and at best...
I don't only blame it on this show. I blame it on every single Disney Lucasfilm project, with very few exceptions. you moron.
Really good.
At the very least, it was fine, and at best, it was very good. Eric Voss of the New Rockstars said that. Gotta make sure you get invited back next year, huh, Eric?
Maybe in 20 years.
God, could you imagine just having to stand behind that woman? Oh, God, it just makes my skin crawl to think about it.
Years like the prequels. We'll love this. The kids who grew up with this will love it. I don't know.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen.
That is the wet dream of these Disney Star Wars shills, that one day Disney Star Wars will become accepted by a majority of fans. And as for these Acolyte shills, their wet dream is season 2.
I need more. I need more. I don't care. I need more. I am desperate. I will take this over anything. I need this season 2 of this more than I need anything else.
We need a freaking season 2. I think hopefully popular demand will make it be.
I really enjoyed watching The Acolyte, and I really hope we don't have to wait too long before we get news of a season 2.
But it's like, if we don't get a season 2, a follow-on of this,
We have to.
that is so incredibly heartbreaking to think about, because this was so good.
Are you high or just incredibly stupid?
Obviously, we will be covering The Acolyte Season 2 if it gets renewed. If not, we will most likely be covering shills crying over no Acolyte Season 2 instead. But as for right now, I can safely say I need a break from this god-awful show. Thanks for watching. Make sure you check out any Acolyte content you may have missed on the
Grizzy, a man, a myth, a legend, performing a service to humanity. That is Mr. Grizzy. Give him a like, give him a follow. So funny. You know, they're shill. Why do you think I'm a shill? Why am I a shill? You're a shill because you have no actual basis for defending your point. They never defend their points on the merits of the show or the characters. They never attempt to debunk any of the criticisms of the show. They always attack the personalities going after it. They always attack the motives. You could say, well, you're attacking the shills. No, I'm not attacking the shills. I am attacking their behavior. I am attacking... I know it sounds petty, but they started it. Also, they're too funny. They're too funny to ignore. I can't ignore them. They're too funny. Dude, it is fascinating, though. I mean, listen, I'm always curious if someone likes something I don't like, or I don't like something someone else likes, or... Anyway, my point is, I'm always curious what the opposite opinion thinks and why they think that way. I always am. But where I get really furious is when they start lying and gaslighting with things like, you know, fans are racist and they're this and they're that. Why are they saying that? Why did they go there so quickly? Because they started this. They started this. They are part of, whether just as spectators, supporters, or active participants, or full-blown activists. Most of those shills that you just saw are people who are out there on Reddit boards or Tumblr boards or whatever, and they're out there promoting the idea that we need to make more characters this race or this sexuality or whatever. We need to have more drag queens at Disneyland. They're the ones that are opening up the books of Dungeons and Dragons from the 1970s and insisting that there should not be this many white elves in it. So they are going around sticking their nose in things and rewriting things and revising history. And when we complain about it, they say, why do you care? And then we say, well, the reason we care is because this is shit writing. This isn't the lore. And then they say, well, I don't care what you think because you're a racist. I find that behavior objectionable. And I'm going to call it out. And so should you. And we will. Because, listen, will they make an Acolyte Season 2? I don't know. Will they actually make the Rey movie? They are making the new Avengers movie. Will it be woke? I don't know, but what I can tell you is they will make their next woke project. They will push forward with idiots like Leslie Headland who have no business creating a show. They will throw money at them and they will lose all that money. And once again, we the fans, we the true Star Wars patriots, if such a thing exists, will have inflicted another defeat. Get woke, go broke, because we will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat. bullshit propaganda storytelling. We had a fun night, didn't we? Wrangler, what did you have in the chat? I kind of missed what you had there. There's a reason that hive minds are used as villains. Yeah. Remember that time that Plagueis got his butt handed to him by Chuck Norris? Who cares if it breaks canon? Yeah, they should doll up Ocean, have her winning lightsaber fights in a bikini. Well, a little sexiness wouldn't hurt. Would not hurt. Says Wrangler, my characters can whoop lightsaber whip ladies' butt. Now I'm just being juvenile. On second thought, my last comment was more juvenile. Well, Wrangler, your comments are always appreciated here. Well, that's our show. That's the Captain's Cast on Swords and Starships. I am Captain Garrett. Like and subscribe. Chapters will be in the description. We will defend our culture. And until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying, somehow, some way, we'll see you out there.